Chapter 591, Well-Matched Couple, Update 18_1 Ni Tsuihua nodded, alright, I'll go take a shower first. Half-drenched, covered with bits of soil, she certainly felt a tad uncomfortable. Ni Yang stepped out with the first aid box, moved a stool in front of Shengguan Dehui and said, Uncle Shengguan, please put your leg up. Okay. Shengguan Dehui did as instructed. Ni Yang took out the medicines, cleaned around the wound with medical alcohol, and before proceeding with the stitches, she said, Uncle Shengguan, I have no anesthetic here. It might hurt a bit later, please bear with it. Shengguan Dehui nodded in response. Ni Yang then handed him a chopstick. If you can't bear with the pain, you can bite on this stick. Thank you. Shengguan Dehui took the chopstick. A moment later, Ni Yang started stitching the wound. Stitch after stitch, like mending a piece of clothing, blood kept seeping out from the wound. Pools of bright red blood tainted her pale fingertips, but Ni Yang didn't so much as furrow a brow. Cold sweat started appearing on Shengguan Dehui's forehead. However, he didn't bite on the chopstick, but instead gripped the stool beneath him tightly, without uttering a sound. Ni Yang glanced at him with a newfound layer of admiration. In her past life, she had seen many patients. Even under anesthesia, most people could barely tolerate the pain of stitching. Yet Shengguan Dehui exceeded her expectations. Soon, the wound was stitched up. Sprinkling a layer of white medicinal powder on it, Ni Yang bandaged the wound. Uncle Shengguan, it's best to keep it dry and avoid contact with water for a while. Also, refrain from consuming a lot of cold and spicy food. Come back after 7 days to have the stitches removed, she advised. Shengguan Dehui nodded, alright, thank you, Comrade Yen Yen. Ni Yang smiled slightly, it's no trouble, it's the duty of a doctor. Shengguan Dehui glanced around the room and then asked, I hope you don't mind if I ask, is your father at home? He had called unannounced, so he should at least say hello to the host. He's no longer here, Ni Yang responded calmly. Gone? At first, Shengguan Dehui was taken aback, but then quickly realized, I'm sorry, I didn't know about your father, it doesn't matter. Just then, Ni Chenggui returned from work. Seeing Shengguan Dehui in the house, she asked, Yen Yen, we have a guest. Ni Yang replied, Auntie and I, this is my mom's friend, Uncle Shengguan. He accidentally got hurt while sketching in the mountain behind our house. Oh, okay, Ni Chenggui nodded and greeted cheerfully, hello, Mr. Shengguan. Shengguan Dehui was 43 years old, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looked gentle and refined. He had an air of intellectuality about him. Although he had developed a few fine lines around his eyes, it didn't make him look older, but rather lent him an air of composure. He seemed like an official visiting the rural suburbs. Such a man was clearly not ordinary. He seemed quite a match with Ni Tsuihua, though. Ni Chenggui thought to herself. Hello. Shengguan Dehui nodded. After a while, Ni Tsuihua finished her shower and came out. Ni Chenggui pulled her aside and they started whispering. There were no secrets between Ni Tsuihua and Ni Chenggui. Tsuihua provided Chenggui with a detailed account of what had transpired. Ni Chenggui joked, well, you and Mr. Shengguan seem to share quite the destiny. He saved you once, and you saved him in return. Ni Tsuihua was startled, Sister Chenggui, you can't just casually say things like that. Ni Chenggui laughed, I'm just saying it to you. It was indeed something that could not be mentioned lightly. What if Shengguan Dehui had a wife and children? After all, he was already of a certain age. Yet, it wasn't something that could be asked outright either. Upon returning to the main room, Shengguan Dehui suggested leaving. Given that Ni Tsuihua was a widow, it was indeed necessary to avoid any potential censure. Ni Chenggui, laughing, suggested, it's already dark outside and the road is not easy to navigate at night. Why don't you stay at my cousin's house tonight, Mr. Shengwan. His wife and son just went to her parents' house a few days ago, so he's home alone. Having a man over at their place, a household of women, for the night certainly would be improper. But it's different with men around. Moreover, Ni Chengue was considering playing matchmaker for Shengwan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua. By letting him stay here, he could ask his cousin to find out more about Shengwan Dehui. After all, it's more convenient for men to talk to each other. Shengwan Dehui originally intended to decline, but his leg was indeed a little inconvenient. Therefore, he agreed, saying, "Then I'll have to impose on you." "Not at all." Ni Chengue said, "Doesn't the chairman always say that we should help others for the joy of it?" Ni Yang said, "In that case, I will go and invite my cousin to come and have dinner." It was just 8 o'clock. Because there was farm work to be done, rural people usually eat quite late. Ni Chengue nodded, "All right." Ni Chengui's cousin was Ni Dehai, who lived east of Ni Quihua's house. It only took a minute or two to walk there. Ni Dehai was 37 years old that year. Despite his robust stature and being over 1.80 meters, he was actually very honest and treated his wife very well. After Ni Yang explained the situation to him, he picked a few change of clothes and followed Ni Yang over with a cheerful expression, "Big brother, why don't you come and take a bath with me? If you don't mind, you can wear my clothes first." Shengwan Dehui responded somewhat bashfully, "How could I possibly mind? Thank you. Let's go." Ni Dehai helped Shengwan Dehui to the bathing area. Men's baths are always quite simple, just a quick rinse usually does the trick. About 15 minutes later, Ni Dehai returned with Shengwan Dehui. Although Shengwan Dehui appeared slightly taller than Ni Dehai, Ni Dehai's clothes fit him rather well. Ni Yang enthusiastically asked them to take a seat. Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chengue were busy serving dishes. Little Ni Yun opened her sleepy eyes and walked out from the inner room. She immediately recognized Shengwan Dehui and was so excited that she ran over, shouting, "Fufu! Fufu! Little Yun Yun!" Shengwan Dehui reached out to pick up little Yun Yun. Little Ni Yun took out a piece of candy from her pocket. "Fufu, eat candy." Little Ni Yun loved candy. Unless it was someone close to her, she would never share even half a piece, but surprisingly today she was offering it to Shengwan Dehui. Ni Chengue laughed and said, "That's really rare. Our little Yun Yun never shares her treats." Ni Tsuehua served a bowl of vegetable lean meat porridge to Shengwan Dehui. "Mr. Shengwan, you've injured your leg, so you can't eat anything too oily or spicy. Have a bowl of porridge first." "Thank you. You've gone to a lot of trouble." Shengwan Dehui politely thanked her. Ni Tsuehua said it was no trouble with a smile. Shengwan Dehui took a sip of the vegetable lean meat porridge, and its taste was surprisingly good. The porridge didn't just have vegetables and lean meat, but also fresh shrimps. The texture was very delicious. Ni Dehai was amazed as he ate. Yang's cooking skills are always excellent as before. Ni Yang laughed and said, "You're wrong this time, all the food tonight is made by my mom." As she was busy treating Shengwan Dehui's wound at that time, Ni Tsuehua cooked all the dishes by herself. Ni Tsuehua was already smart and she became a good cook with Ni Yang's guidance, only except for some exotic dishes that she couldn't handle. Ni Dehai said, Yang's mom, you're really amazing, no wonder you can give birth to such an outstanding daughter like Yang. After dinner, Ni Dehai took Shengwan Dehui to rest. As they were leaving, Ni Chengue specifically exchanged a look with Ni Dehai. Ni Dehai, with a flashlight in one hand and supporting Shengwan Dehui with the other, arrived at his house. "Our conditions here in the countryside are not comparable to those in the city, you must not mind, big brother." Shengwan Dehui laughed and said, "City or countryside, it's the same for all of us if we go back 3 generations. His words didn't express any contempt for rural people, which made Ni Dehai feel very comfortable. Educated people really are different. Even their words are so pleasant to hear. Ni Dahai turned on the light and helped Shengwan Dehui sit down on the chair. How old are you this year, big brother? 43, what about you? Shengwan Dehui asked. I'm 36 this year. Ni Dahai continued, so, you are 7 years older than me. I should be calling you big brother. Before Shengwan Dehui could speak, Ni Dahai poured a cup of water for him. Big brother, your wife and children at home must be very worried because you haven't come home so late. We have a public phone in our village, why don't you make a call to let your family know you're safe? Chapter 592, Restaurant officially opens. 19 updates, _1 Shengwan Dehui shook his head, no need, I usually live at the school alone. A sudden phone call home would only make them worry. Ni Dahai nodded, then asked, big brother, how many children do you have? A son and a daughter, Shengwan Dehui answered. Ni Dahai said enviously, then big brother, you're really blessed. I have just one son and want another daughter, but my wife disagrees, fearing we might have another boy. Shengwan Dehui smiled and said, actually, no matter the gender, having 2 children means they have each other's company, which is better than just one. You're absolutely right, big brother. Ni Dahai slapped his thigh enthusiastically as though he'd found a kindred spirit. By the way, big brother, you mentioned you live at the school. Are you a teacher? Shengwan Dehui nodded his head. A scholar, that's good. I just haven't read enough books in my life, Ni Dahai continued. You said you live alone at the school, so your wife isn't a teacher? Shengwan Dehui was silent for a moment before responding, my wife passed away in childbirth. Ni Dahai said with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, big brother, it's okay, it's been many years now. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Shengwan Dehui got up. The clothes he washed the previous night had dried. He changed into his own clothes and, after saying goodbye to Ni Dahai, he went to say farewell to Ni Tsuehua at the Ni family home. When he arrived, the Ni family was just about to have breakfast. Ni Tsuehua greeted him with a smile, Mr. Shengwan is here. Please, sit down and join us for the meal. Shengwan Dehui replied, I won't eat, I disturbed you yesterday, and I should be heading back now. He planned to go back, organize his things, and then come over to properly thank Ni Tsuehua. Ni Tsuehua said, it wasn't prepared just for you, we have to eat anyway, so you might as well join us. It's not easy to find the way to the city bus station from here. Ni Yang and I will be going to the city in a while, so we can go together. Ni Yang told Shengwan Dehui, Uncle Shengwan, please don't be polite with us. Sit down and eat with us. After some persuasion, Shengwan Dehui finally sat down to have breakfast together. The breakfast was a glass of milk, an egg, and buns with pickles, simple yet exuding a faint warmth. Little Ni Yun was just over a year old but could already feed himself, spoon by spoon. Although a bit messy, there wasn't porridge smeared all over his face, which was quite an accomplishment for a child. Fufu, peel. Little Ni Yun handed the egg to Shengwan Dehui. Ni Tsuehua reached out to little Ni Yun, don't trouble your Uncle Shengwan. Mommy will peel it for you. No. Little Ni Yun pulled his little hand back, want, fufu, peel. Ni Yang looked at little Ni Yun with a smile, then, can sister peel it for you? Little Ni Yun lifted his chin, no. Ni Yang playfully pretended to be disgusted, ugh, who wants to peel it for you anyway? Fufu. Little Ni Yun offered the egg to Shengwan Dehui again. Alright, uncle will peel it for you. Shengwan Dehui smiled and took the egg. This small courtyard, filled with the scent of flowers, lively and adorable children, and a delicious breakfast, was the first time in many years that Shengwan Dehui had felt such a warm moment. Moreover, he always felt an inexplicable familiarity with Ni Tsuehua but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. After eating, the 3 adults and 1 child took the car to the city together. When boarding the bus, due to an injury on Shengwan Dehui's foot, he nearly fell, but fortunately, Ni Tsuehua was quick to lend a hand. This moment seemed to overlap with one from half a year ago, on the tram. The feeling of familiarity grew stronger. Yang Yang's mom, "May I presumptuously ask you a question?" inquired Shengguan Dehui. "Go ahead," she replied. Shengguan Dehui continued, "What is your full name?" "My name is Ni Tsuehua," she answered, Ni with the person radical, the Cui of jade, and the Hua of flower. A very common name. Even more so than Daya. Shengguan Dehui's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Perhaps he thought the reason why Ni Tsuehua seemed familiar to him was that they had met on the tram half a year ago. The tram jolted and stopped, finally arriving in the city after an hour. Shengguan Dehui got off at Tsinghua University. Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua alighted near the restaurant stop. Having risen early, it was only 9:30 in the morning. The restaurant's opening was scheduled for 11:18 a.m., which was why Ni Yang arrived so early. She chose to open now because September was just around the corner. Come September, she would need to register at the school and study there for a week before classes started, leaving her no suitable time to prepare for the opening. There was a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the opening, but Ni Yang did not plan to be personally involved. Instead, she had poached talent for the ribbon-cutting, having spent a significant sum to hire Gu Lanji from a state-owned big restaurant, a 32-year-old graduate from a prestigious college. Where she had been earning 88 yuan a month before, Ni Yang offered her a salary of 308 yuan. To retain the talent, Ni Yang did not only provide a high salary but also rented an apartment for her near the restaurant. At 11:18 a.m., accompanied by the sound of 2 strings of firecrackers, 2 golden-maned lions emerged from the smoke, swaying and leaping, almost as if on cue. They clawed up onto a metal frame, kicked off from the ground with their hind legs, and with an impressive leap into the air, tore down the red cloth covering the restaurant's sign. Revealed to the air were the 4 grand and imposing characters, National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance, which immediately struck onlookers as spectacular. The lion dance team's exquisite performance captivated many pedestrians, who stopped to watch and applauded. Nearby, 2 waiters dressed in traditional Han attire distributed flyers. On the restaurant's first day of business, not only were all the dishes half-priced, but a complimentary dessert was also offered after the meal. Coupled with the beautiful interior decoration, it wasn't long before a multitude of customers were drawn inside. Although China in the 1980s was not affluent, this was after all Beijing, the heart of the capital, which never lacked rich people. Once inside, guests were treated like gods. First came the tea pouring, then the serving of sunflower seeds. This was a service not found in other restaurants, and even Western restaurants did not exhibit such a strong sense of service. The dining experience concluded with smiling service and waiters wearing beautiful Han attire, keeping the customers in a happy mood from the moment they entered the restaurant. Most importantly, not only did the dishes look appealing, but their taste was also top grade. A young couple couldn't stop praising the food. Excellent. The flavor is just too good. We've never had such delicious chicken wings before. The young man laughed. This place calls it Dapeng spreading wings. Could it be the same as the chicken wings we usually eat? The young man was named Kai Xiaoqiang, and the girl was Li Qin. Both were second-year college students and only children in their respective homes. Their parents were high-ranking officials. By modern terms, they would be called rich second generation, and money was no object. They chose this place firstly because of its nice ambience and charm, and secondly, they were attracted by the Han attire worn by the staff. After they entered, they realized they had indeed chosen well. No sooner had they finished their meal than a waiter brought out a visually appealing dessert. "Excuse me for a moment, but this is a complimentary dessert from our restaurant following your meal." "Wow! You even offer a dessert?" Li Qin said, surprised. "Yes, it's called a mousse cake with matcha flavor. Please, enjoy your dessert at your leisure." Mousse cake, a delicacy that would originate in later times, did not exist in 1980s Beijing. However, Ni Yang, having returned from the future, had specifically taught her pastry chefs how to make mousse cakes during training. A restaurant needed to offer something unique to retain its customers. The mousse cake, a combination of ice cream and cake, had an incredibly smooth texture, fine, soft, and melt in your mouth, 100 times more delicious than old-fashioned ice cream, quickly conquering people's taste buds. After finishing the mousse cake, Li Qin was left wanting more. Women have an irresistible weakness for tasty desserts. Can we get another mousse cake? The waiter apologetically said, I'm sorry, comrade, but our mousse cakes are limited to one per table due to limited quantities. If you like it, you may purchase another. This was actually a marketing strategy. Only after tasting it would people know whether they liked it or not, otherwise, there's always a lack of courage to try something new. Li Qin asked, how much is one? It's 3 yuan each, the waiter replied. Without hesitation, Li Qin spoke up, I'll have another, please. Chapter 593, Different Business Styles, Update 20_1, alright, please wait a moment. The mousse cakes are made in advance, stored in the refrigerator, so they were served quickly. By the way, how come people aren't allowed to go up to your 3rd floor? Li Qin asked the waiter. The restaurant had 3 floors, but the customers only congregated on the 1st and 2nd floors, the 3rd floor was always closed off. Through the glass doors, it seemed like the 3rd floor was a little bit different from the other 2. This made Li Qin very curious. The waiter responded with a smile, the 3rd floor is only open to VIP customers. VIP? What does that mean? The waiter continued, to put it simply, only those who have registered for a membership card with our restaurant are allowed to dine there. Can I get a membership card then? Of course. The waiter nodded. How can I get this card? Li Qin continued to inquire. The waiter pulled out a detailed instruction manual. The initial recharge amount for the membership card is 888 yuan, after that, you can just use the card to pay for your meals. 888 yuan? Li Qin was surprised. The waiter nodded, yes. The membership cards are 888 yuan each, with only 50 available. Once they're gone, there won't be any more. Kai Xiaoqiang said speechlessly, 888 yuan each and it's limited? Has your boss gone mad? Only a fool would register for it. Li Qin also felt that 888 yuan was kind of expensive. The waiter just smiled and didn't say anything. She also thought that the boss must be crazy. 888 yuan. Ordinary households don't make that much in a year, who would spend that much on a dining card? Time went by, and with its unique decor and enthusiastic service, the seats on the 1st and 2nd floors were almost filled within 3 hours. Ni Tsuihua, carrying a baby, walked around the restaurant, her face filled with joy. At first, she was worried that Ni Yang would lose money investing in this restaurant, but now it seemed that this worry was completely unnecessary. Yang, congratulations on your grand opening. Chen Jitsang appeared in front of Ni Yang with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you. Here, take this, wishing you an auspicious start and a prosperous future. Chen Jitsang handed the bouquet to Ni Yang. Ni Yang thanked him again and accepted the flowers. Looking at the bustling hall filled with guests, Chen Jitsang couldn't help but express his admiration. I didn't expect you to be able to run this restaurant so successfully. This made him think of his ambitious younger self. Back then, he was full of confidence, thinking that he would have many customers on his first day of business. However, other than a few friends who had come to show their support, there were only 2 or 3 tables of guests. He had assumed that Ni Yang would encounter the same situation, so he had deliberately brought along several friends to fill some seats. After all, Ni Yang seemed too young. But unexpectedly, Ni Yang had managed the business incredibly well. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. After greeting Ni Yang, Chen Jitsang joined his friends. Did you see her? That's An Yang. What do you think? She looks good, doesn't she? One of his slightly overweight friends replied, yes, she does look good, but I'm worried, bro. I'm not sure you can win her over. This kind of girl isn't easy to chase, unlike the girls abroad. I agree with Kai. You think I can't get her? Joke. Do I ever fail? Chen Jitsang continued, do you want to bet on it? What bet? Yang Kai asked. Chen Jitsang declared, if I can win over An Yang, you guys will wash my dirty socks for a month. Yang Kai countered, and what if you don't? A joke. Do you think I want? Chen Jitsang confidently stated, don't worry, I assure you I can win her over. There's no girl in this world that I, Chen Jitsang, cannot win over. During his years studying abroad, he even earned the nickname Destroyer of Roses. Yang Kai countered, if you don't succeed, you'll be washing our dirty socks for a month. All right. Chen Jitsang agreed without hesitation, bragging, you guys better get ready, my dirty socks really stink. Yang Kai grinned wryly, well, see who ends up washing whose socks. As far as Chen Jitsang was concerned, he was determined to get An Yang. He casually flagged down a waiter, asking in a grandiose manner, do you offer some sort of membership card here? With the card, I can dine on the 3rd floor, right? Yes, sir. Chen Jitsang continued, I'll have one. All right, please follow me, the waiter said, gesturing politely. She never expected that after just mocking anyone who would apply for a membership card as being a fool walked right in. 888 yuan. If those 888 yuan were used to buy ribs, wouldn't those ribs be delicious? When the group arrived on the 3rd floor, they finally saw its true face. Chen Jitsang never knew that such an ordinary restaurant could be decorated so beautifully. The 3rd floor offered a completely different visual effect from the 1st and 2nd floors. If the 1st and 2nd floors could be described as earthly paradises, then the 3rd floor was truly like Yaoqi Wonderland, with a transparent PVC roof. One look up combined with the surrounding decorations created an obscure and dreamy effect like gazing at the moon. There was no scent of food lingering in the air, it was replaced by the light fragrance of magnolia. The redwood walls had excellent sound insulation, and not a single noise could be heard. What truly amazed Chen Jitsang was the taste of the food. Even a plate of chicken feet that seemed unprocessed tasted irresistibly good. It was then that Chen Jitsang truly understood why An Yang's business was so successful. This young lady is quite competent, I thought she was all show, he said. Indeed, she is impressive. By the way, brother, how old is that young lady? This is the best restaurant I have ever eaten at in Beijing. Chen Jitsang put down his chopsticks, stop calling her young lady, call her sister-in-law, don't be disrespectful. Yang Kai smiled, it's too early to call her sister-in-law now, be careful or else she might accuse you of harassment. Chen Jitsang touched his chin, An Yang is 18 this year. 18? Everyone immediately jeered, mocking Chen Jitsang for being an old man trying to court a young lady. Just as Shengguan Dehui arrived home, Madame Shengguan noticed his unusual state. Dehui, what happened to you? Nothing, Shengguan Dehui laughed, I accidentally fell into a hunting trap while on the mountain. I got some minor injuries but luckily, a kind person pulled me out in time. Madame Shengguan was scared out of her wits, Bodhisattva must have protected you, Dehui. You must remember to sincerely thank those who helped you once you are healed. Shengguan Dehui nodded, yes, I know. Madame Shengguan continued, Dehui, I made a mistake with Lin Fang last time. Your second aunt has introduced you to someone else, would you like to arrange a time to meet her? Strangely, at that moment, Shengguan Dehui suddenly envisioned the scene of Ni Tsuehua grabbing his hand and falling into the trap from the night before. No, Shengguan Dehui shook his head, I'm not really in the mood recently. Madame Shengguan sighed, Dehui. Seeing the concern in Madame Shengguan's eyes, he reassured her, "Don't worry, mother, I really am fine. When I feel like looking for a partner, I'll tell you." At this moment, Shangguan Furong approached from the other side. "What are we looking for?" "Personally, I think Lin Fong is not bad at all. She has good character, a decent background, and she is not bad looking." Shangguan Furong was truly satisfied with Lin Fong. She was very considerate. Perhaps no one else could compare to Lin Fong. Madame Shangguan said with a cold face, "Furong, do you only feel happy when you oppose me?" Shangguan Furong responded, "Mother, how can you say I'm opposing you? The thing with Lin Fong was just a misunderstanding, why are you so hung up on it?" Shangguan Dehui wasn't interested in participating in such a conversation and turned to go upstairs. Watching Shangguan Dehui's retreating figure, Shangguan Furong quietly said, "Mother, look, because you opposed my brother being with Lin Fong, he's clearly unhappy now. It's just like when you forced him to marry my sister-in-law. If it hadn't been for you back then, would my brother have married a woman with a short life?" Madame Shangguan's face changed instantly. "Your brother is not unhappy because of Lin Fong." Shangguan Furong continued to stir the pot, "Not because of Lin Fong? How do you know it's not because of Lin Fong? My brother is a deep thinker. Even if there's something on his mind, he wouldn't say it." Madame Shangguan retorted, "No matter what you say, I will never accept a woman like Lin Fong as my daughter-in-law." Shangguan Furong sighed, "Mother, you are really too stubborn. If it wasn't for you back then, would my brother be so alone now?" Madame Shangguan didn't speak, she just stared out the window, her eyes heavy with worry. Was her son truly upset over the situation with Lin Fong? She was not quite sure. After Shangguan Dehui returned to his room, he lay on the bed, lost in thought. He didn't know why, but suddenly he wanted to see Ni Tsuehua again very soon. He had to recover quickly from his injuries, so he could visit the Ni family and express his gratitude as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Identity Revealed, Daya is that Daya, 21 more updates, _1 Zhou Dana's house. The bun business has been poor these days. Old Zhao didn't return until after 7 o'clock in the evening, and only 20 buns were sold out of 100. There were 80 left. They had so many leftover buns from the past few days that the family couldn't finish them even after days. Looking at the buns, old Zhao grew worried. He searched his pockets for a cigarette but instead found a slip of paper. This slip of paper was from Ni Yan's previous visit. It was the recipe for making ketchup. Ni Yan had written it out very clearly in great detail. It was easy to understand. Old Zhao looked at the piece of paper and said to Zhou Danny, "How about we try what Yang Yang suggested? We could sell the grilled bun pieces by the school gate." Zhou Danny frowned, "That uses a lot of oil, and we don't have a lot of sesame oil left at home." Zhao responded, "Let's just try it out first. If it doesn't work out, then well, let it go. It's such a waste to see these buns go unused. Besides, if Ni Yan can make her business so successful, the method she taught us shouldn't be too shabby." Zhou Danny hesitated, "All right. Then let's start making the ketchup." "What is ketchup?" Zhou Danny was curious. Old Zhao replied, "It's my first time hearing of it too. Yang Yang said it tastes excellent, and when spread on the grilled bun pieces, it's delicious. She's written down the method on this paper. Let me read it to you." Although Zhou Danny couldn't read, she caught on to things quickly. After hearing it once, she immediately understood. She took out 2 tomatoes, "Then let's give it a try." Not long after, the small kitchen was filled with the sweet and sour aroma of tomatoes. While making the tomato sauce, Zhou Danny quickly sliced the buns into moderate thickness pieces. She heated up some oil and proceeded to grill the pieces around the sides of the pan. Old Zhao stood by her side, flipped them quickly. Yang Yang said to cook them until golden brown. 1 bun could be sliced into 8 pieces and a plateful of grilled bun pieces were ready in no time. And grilling the bun slices wasn't as oil-consuming as they thought. The children came running in from outside. Mom, Dad, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Dushuan, Erchuan, Sanchuan, Xiaoshuang, come in quickly. Mom has made something delicious for you. Zhou Danny gave each of her children a piece of grilled bun. Wow! Yummy! Mom, these pancakes you made are so delicious. What's this red thing? It's sweet and sour, it tastes even better than hawthorn. The children usually grew sick of eating buns, but they never expected the bun pieces to be such a big hit. Ni Yen was obviously right, these bun pieces would definitely sell better than the whole buns. Zhou Danny smiled, these are grilled bun slices. Grilled bun slices? Are these made from buns? Yes. Zhou Danny nodded. Wow. I never thought buns could taste this good. Mom, will you make these for us tomorrow? Zhou Danny promised them with a smile. After dinner, the couple discussed how they were going to sell the bun pieces the next day. Zhou Danny said, after all, it's just the school dismissal time, you can continue selling the buns during the day, then in the evening we can sell together. This grilled bun piece should be sold as soon as it's done. If left for too long, it'll get soft and lose its taste. Old Zhao nodded, that sounds good. By the way, how much should we sell a bun piece for? Zhou Danny thought for a while, let's sell 4 pieces for 1 cent or 2 pieces for 5 cents. After all, making the bun pieces consumes oil. If it sells, making the bun pieces would be more profitable than selling whole buns. By the next evening when school hadn't let out yet, the couple came out with their cart to the school gate. Contrary to their expectations, the business did not go well. Not a single person even asked about it. After all, the product is buns. In everyone's subconscious, a bun was tasteless and barely filling, hence it wouldn't be considered a treat. Furthermore, 1 cent was enough to buy 4 buns. On the other hand, 1 cent could only buy 4 slices of bun. 4 slices equated to half a bun, so only a fool would buy them. Old Zhao sighed. It seemed like the method Ni Yen suggested didn't work. Zhou Danny was also feeling somewhat downcast. They had thought that the grilled bun pieces would be very popular, so they brought a lot of steamed buns. Unexpectedly, they didn't sell a single one. Making money was so hard. Today was the day Ni Yen came to school for registration. She just walked out of the school gate and spotted 2 familiar figures. Chapter 595, Revelations of Identity, Dia is that Dia, 21 more updates, _2. Isn't that Zhou Danny and old Zhao? It seems like they've taken my advice and are now selling grilled bun pieces at the school gate. Ni Yang turned to Han Xiaoyu next to her and said, Xiaoyu, how about I treat you and our classmates to some food? What are we eating? Han Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. The food in the school cafeteria lacks flavor, and she was already hungry. Ni Yang continued, there's a place selling grilled bun pieces over there. Let's go try some. Hearing this, Han Xiaoyu replied with lackluster interest, what's so good about steamed buns? I can eat them every day at home. Other classmates chimed in, steamed buns don't seem to taste that good. Ni Yang laughed and said, I promise, these bun pieces are really delicious, beyond your imagination. I'm a regular customer there, would I lie to you guys? Come on, lunch is on me today. Ni Yang is pretty and always tells the truth, so everyone followed her. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Danny. Yang. Zhou Danny looked at Ni Yang in surprise. Just as she was about to say something, Ni Yang continued, Aunt Danny, can we get 8 orders of grilled bun pieces, please? By the way, guys, do you want sweet and sour, or spicy? I'll have the spicy one. I want the sweet and sour one. Ni Yang took count and then said, Aunt Danny, we'll have 3 spicy and 5 sweet and sour ones. Alright. Zhou Danny and old Zhao immediately started grilling the bun pieces. 4 slices per order, 8 orders that's 32 slices. In no time, all the bun slices were grilled and ready. Han Xiaoyu was the first to taste a piece and then said in surprise, "Yang Yang, you weren't kidding, these grilled bun slices are so delicious. It's sweet and sour. What sauce is this smeared on the bun slices?" "That's ketchup," Zhou Danny explained. Han Xiaoyu continued, "4 slices are not enough. Auntie, I'll take another order." "Same for me." "Me too." The commotion here quickly caught the attention of others. Everyone started casting curious looks, and the air was filled with the aroma of grilled buns, stopping everyone in their tracks. "Those grilled bun slices look so delicious, should we buy some to try as well?" "Sure. Let's buy some too." More and more students came over to buy grilled bun slices, and soon, Zhou Danny and old Zhao were overwhelmed with orders. Ni Yang watched everyone while munching on her bun slice, a mild smile on her lips. In economics, this is called the herd effect. We're like a herd of sheep. Seeing other sheep grazing under the big tree, driven by curiosity, I also want to try. Although I have no idea if the grass under the tree is really tender and juicy and is more delicious than the grass by the sheepfold. But since so many sheep are eating it, the taste can't be too bad. The herd effect often just lacks a leader, and Ni Yang just played the role of the leader. Seeing Zhou Danis and old Zhao's business getting better, Ni Yang relieved, quietly put 2 yuan in the money jar, and then left with Han Xiaoyu and the others. Zhou Danny immediately grabbed the money and chased after them. Ni Yang had helped them so much, and it was just a few grilled bun pieces. How could she take Ni Yang's money? Ni Yang laughed and said, "Aunt Danny, you're out here doing business, and I'm treating my classmates to food. Who eats without paying? You should get back. Uncle Zhao will be too busy alone." For Ni Yang, this was just a no-brainer. She had to spend money to treat everyone to food anyway. Instead of spending it somewhere else, might as well give it to Zhou Danny and old Zhao. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? Seeing that Ni Yang wouldn't take the money, and with old Zhao indeed overwhelmed, Zhou Danny had no choice but to return to help him. In less than an hour, they sold out all their grilled bun pieces. Zhou Danny counted and, including Ni Yang's 2 yuan, they've made a total of 6 yuan. Old Zhao, we're rich. Zhou Danny excitedly looked at old Zhao. Old Zhao said, "We have to thank Yang Yang. If it wasn't for her, even if our grilled bun slices were delicious, we wouldn't be able to sell them. People who know how to do business are different from those who don't. Isn't that the truth? Yang Yang is truly capable. Not only is she capable, but also sensible. Who else would have helped them out of the blue?" The next afternoon when school let out, the couple was back at their stand selling grilled bun pieces. This time they prepared twice the amount than the previous night. But they still sold out again. By the 3rd day, old Zhao simply stopped selling buns during the day. Instead, he and Zhou Danny went to places with more foot traffic to sell grilled bun slices. After the previous experience, this time, the couple got their children to act as customers. Once there was a first customer, there would be a second, and a third. In this way, the couple averaged 35 yuan a day. This was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past. After selling for more than a month, the couple had saved up a bit and decided to visit Ni Tsuehua at the Ni family. The couple, carrying lavish gifts and leading their 4 children, took an early tram to Jinghua village. Although they didn't call ahead, Ni Yang was well known in Jinghua village. A quick inquiry would quickly lead to a helpful villager guiding the way. "Comrades, this is Yang Yang's house." Zhou Danny stood at the entrance and excitedly shouted, "Dia! Dia!" After a moment, Ni Tsuehua came out and opened the door. Seeing the people outside, she said in surprise, "Danny, how come you didn't call ahead before coming? Dia, your house wasn't hard to find. Besides, people here are so polite." At first, when I said Dia, they did not know who, but when I said Yang, they immediately knew who I was talking about. Shengguan Dehui stood frozen on the spot, holding the gifts. If he heard correctly, did Zhou Danny just call Ni Tsuehua, Daya? Is this Daya the same Daya? Chapter 596, The Moon and the Sea is the moon in the sky, the person in front of you is the person in your heart. _1 After more than 20 years, Shengguan Dehui couldn't be sure if the woman in front of him was his old flame. As he watched Ni Tsuehua chatting and smiling with Zhou Danny, a subtle hint of red blossomed in the rims of his eyes. Could it be her? The face of the girl who stood in the depths of the jungle 20 years ago seemed to slowly become clearer, bit by bit overlapping with the woman in front of him. The moon in the sky is mirrored in the depths of the sea, just as the person before me is reflected in my heart. Danny, brother-in-law. Please come in and sit down. Ni Tsuehua ushered Zhou Danny's family inside, only then she noticed the dumbfounded Shengguan Dehui. Mr. Shengguan, you're here too. How is your foot recovering? Shengguan Dehui snapped back to reality, nodding his response, it's all good now, thank you for your concern. Come inside. Once inside the house, Ni Tsuehua introduced Shengguan Dehui to Zhou Danny and her husband. Zhou Danny, being illiterate, just thought Shengguan Dehui was particularly well-dressed and wore glasses, clearly the mark of a scholar. Seeing him standing next to Ni Tsuehua created an indescribable harmony. Moreover, she had a nagging feeling of familiarity about Shengguan Dehui. Like she had seen him somewhere before. Mr. Shengguan, nice to meet you. My name is Zhou Danny, I grew up with Daya. This is my husband, Zhao Yukai, you can call him Old Zhao. Despite her illiteracy, Zhou Danny was far more socially adept than her husband. As per usual, Old Zhao just smiled and nodded. Comrade Zhou, Comrade Old Zhao, I am Shengguan Dehui. Shengguan Dehui politely shook hands with Zhou Danny and Old Zhao. Ni Tsuehua fetched some snacks for Dashuan, Erchuan, Sanchuan, and Xiaoshuang. Thank you, Aunt Daya. Aunt Daya, what is this? It's so delicious. I've never had anything like it before. Ni Tsuehua smiled and replied, this is dried fruit, made by your sister Ni Yang. Sister Ni Yang is so talented. Is this bread also made by Sister Ni Yang? Xiaoshuang asked. She had only ever seen bread in the showcase windows of the supply and marketing cooperative. She never thought she would get to taste actual bread today. Ni Tsuehua nodded, yes, it is. Xiaoshuang stated, Sister Ni Yang really is amazing, I want to be just like her when I grow up. Ni Tsuehua tousled Xiaoshuang's hair and replied with a smile, Xiaoshuang, you're so clever, I'm sure you can be. Subsequently, Ni Tsuehua brewed tea for everyone. Mr. Shengguan. Thank you. As Shengguan Dehui reached out to take the teacup, his rough fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of Ni Tsuehua's hand. Both of them stiffened instantly, and as they locked eyes in the shared surprise, time seemed to stand still for a moment. To mask the awkwardness, Shengguan Dehui took a big gulp of tea. Ni Tsuehua looked at him, surprised. The water for tea had just been boiled, did he not find it too hot? What a strange man. Mr. Shengguan, have we met before? Zhou Danny asked Shengguan Dehui. Shengguan Dehui set down his cup, I served as a sent-down youth in the countryside. Zhou Danny gasped, no wonder. I also used to live in the countryside. Perhaps we really have met before. Oh, where exactly did you serve? Shengguan Dehui replied, Haiqing City, Yonglin Village. I was responsible for safeguarding the forest zone. Zhou Danny's face was a picture of surprise, good heavens. From Yonglin Village. Daya and I used to herd cattle in the forest zone all the time. Do you remember, Daya? Zhou Danny turned to look at Ni Tsuehua. Ni Tsuehua nodded, of course, I remember. How could she forget? Those were the happiest years of her young life, until she was sold off to the Mu family. Afterward, she became a tool for reproduction, toiling that resembled the life of a hard-working cow. The memory Nai Tsuehua was most reluctant to recall in her early years was her time with the Mu family. Shengguan Dehui looked at Nai Tsuehua. Do you still remember the young bald know-it-all who fell into the trap? Given the harsh rural conditions, in order to prevent lice, Shengguan Dehui had his head shaved bald soon after his arrival. Nai Tsuehua was taken aback. She looked up at Shengguan Dehui, her eyes filled with confusion. It felt like she was on the verge of remembering something, but she couldn't associate Shengguan Dehui with the man in her memory. Shengguan Dehui added, by the way, don't you have a scar on your right ankle? How do you know about that? Nai Tsuehua asked, perplexed. Because I am that bald know-it-all from back then. Shengguan Dehui's voice was very calm. The look of surprise gradually swept over Nai Tsuehua's face. She covered her mouth and stuttered, You are that. Chapter 597, The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, the person in front of you is the person in your heart _2. Many years had passed, and Nai Tsuehua was about to forget that segment of her memory. Looking at the refined Shengguan Dehui in front of her, it was impossible to link him with the shaven-headed, goatee-wearing, rascal-looking boy from her past. In fact, Nai Tsuehua was very scared of Shengguan Dehui back then. Because his appearance was like a bandit in the movies, his actions were also. That's why, Nai Tsuehua, after saving someone, did not even have time to care about her foot injury and ran away hurriedly. Remembering it now, the scene was rather amusing. You've changed so much. Nai Tsuehua was still somewhat in disbelief. I remember you didn't look like this back then. Everything around them began to blur. At this moment, all Shengguan Dehui could see was Nai Tsuehua. He step by step walked up to Nai Tsuehua, extending his hand towards her and formally said, Hello Comrade Daya, I am Shengguan Dehui. Zhou Danny, standing at the side, covered her surprised mouth. Old Zhao remained as always, seemingly unaffected by everything around him. Nai Tsuehua was stunned for a while, Shengguan Dehui's hand hanging mid-air for a moment too. Then she reacted, reaching out to shake hands with Shengguan Dehui. Hello. Shengguan Dehui's hand was cold, his grip very strong, as if he was trying to crush her hand. Nai Tsuehua frowned slightly, and at this moment, Shengguan Dehui let go of her hand. If it wasn't for the warmth lingering in her hand, Nai Tsuehua would have doubted if what just happened was a misunderstanding. Zhou Danny stood up in surprise. Daya, so you two have known each other for a long time. Shengguan Dehui nodded. Yes, I met Comrade Daya when I was in Yonglin village. Without realizing it, Shengguan Dehui's reference to Nai Tsuehua had shifted from Yang Yang's mother to Comrade Daya. Because Daya is irreplaceable as Daya. And Yang Yang's mother could also be Yunyun's mother. Zhou Danny smiles and comments, it seems fate has brought you two together again. Shengguan Dehui smiled without confirming or denying it. Zhou Danny continued, after so many years, how did you recognize Daya, Mr. Shengguan? Shengguan Dehui replied, at first, I wasn't really sure, until I heard you call her Daya. This made Zhou Danny even more curious, asking, Daya is just a nickname, how did you know her nickname, Mr. Shengguan? Because that name happened to be an integral part of his teenage years, the name Daya represented a young boy's blooming emotions. At the time, to repay her kindness, I went to the village to look for Comrade Daya, but no one knew where she had gone. Eventually, I returned to the city, my family arranged a marriage for me, I obediently married, then my wife died giving birth. As the memories of the past unwind, a look of melancholy fills Shengguan Dehui's eyes. If he hadn't missed her back then, would their story have ended differently? His wife died in childbirth. So is Shengguan Dehui single now? Zhou Danny's gaze moves between the two of them, a flicker of hopeful light flashing in her eyes. Let's not dwell on the past anymore. The most important thing in life is to treasure the present. Comrade Zhou is right, living in the present is most important. Shengguan Dehui nodded in agreement. Let the missed opportunities of his past go. This time, he won't miss the opportunity again. Ni Tsuihua was taken aback and felt these two were talking in riddles but didn't think too much further, continuing, "It's getting late, you two chat here, I'll go make dinner." Zhou Danny was about to offer her help when Dushuan came over with little Ni Yun and his other siblings, "Mommy and Daddy, we found a river over there. Some people are catching fish. Come and play with us." The river current was rather strong, without an adult, it could be very dangerous. And little Ni Yun was just over 1 year old this year. If something really were to happen, the 4 older ones wouldn't be able to handle little Ni Yun. Zhou Danny said, "Your father can accompany you guys, I will go help Aunt Danny cook." With so many people for the meal, Ni Tsuihua would definitely be overwhelmed on her own. Shengguan Dehui stood up and said, "Comrade Zhou, you and Comrade Zhao should go play with the children, they'll take care of the kitchen." "Fufu, Daddy, also play." Little Ni Yun walked over and pulled Shengguan Dehui's sleeve. Shengguan Dehui crouched down, patting little Ni Yun gently. Yun, be good, you go play with your Uncle Zhao, Aunt Danny and your siblings. Uncle needs to stay back and help Mommy cook, if not Mommy is going to be very tired on her own. Chapter 598, The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, the person before your eyes is the person in your heart. 3. Oh, little Ni Yun nodded sensibly, then, "Fufu, let's play later." Shengguan Dehui grinned, "Alright, Uncle will take you to play later." Emichim. Zhou Danny turned to Shengguan Dehui, then, "Thank you in advance, Mr. Shengguan." Indeed, it had been quite some time since they had a family outing. They could take this opportunity to bring the children to play by the river. Moreover, it would afford Shengguan Dehui and Ni Tsuihua some time alone. She noticed that Shengguan Dehui appeared to be rather interested in Ni Tsuihua. Zhou Danny and old Zhao led the children out the door. Little Ni Yun, being small, had small steps as well. Therefore, Zhou Danny picked her up. "Little Yun, do you want a father?" "Yes." Little Ni Yun bobbed her head. Zhou Danny continued to ask, "Who would little Ni Yun want to be your father?" This question was quite profound for little Ni Yun. She didn't quite understand, shaking her head. Zhou Danny turned her head towards old Zhao. "Do you think Daya is a good fit with Mr. Shengguan?" Old Zhao scratched his head. "They do seem quite suited for each other, but wouldn't a family like theirs place a lot of importance to their social standing?" Old Zhao was an honest man, and his take on issues was fairly in-depth. Ni Tsuihua indeed had good prospects. But the fact that she was a sole proprietor was something that no one could change. Old Zhao, being a sole proprietor himself, knew all too well the disdain people had for sole proprietors. Upon hearing this, Zhou Danny sighed. She then added, "So what if she's a sole proprietor? She hasn't stolen or robbed anything. If Shengguan Dehui ever dares to belittle Daya, they'll cut him down with a knife." Shengguan Dehui rolled up his sleeves and arrived at the kitchen. "Comrade Daya, can I assist you with anything?" Ni Tsuihua laughed and replied, "There's no need, I can handle it myself." From Shengguan Dehui's appearance, it was clear he wasn't accustomed to kitchen work. He was probably just being polite. In those days, the notion of male superiority had not completely vanished. So far, Ni Tsuihua only knew one man, Mo Qishan, who was genuinely willing to cook. Therefore, Mo Qishan had always been her ideal son-in-law. Shengguan Dehui continued, "Comrade Daya, do not underestimate me. Back when I was a youth in the countryside, I was the top chef." "Really?" Ni Tsuihua seemed genuinely surprised. "Of course." Shengguan Dehui naturally took over the carp from Ni Quihua's hands and started to prepare it. Ni Tsuihua then said, "To be honest, you've really changed a lot." She had a hard time reconciling how the former troublemaker became an educator. "I was a bit." Shengguan Dehui didn't stop working, but turned to look at Ni Tsuihua. "I must have scared you back then, didn't I?" Ni Tsuihua paused while washing the vegetables. It was all right. Actually, after she pulled Shangguan Dehui out of the pit, a minor incident had occurred. The young Shangguan Dehui was such a wild card. He was the ringleader of his circle. Otherwise, why would he have been sent to the countryside? Or scared Ni Tsuehua away? The first time Shangguan Dehui laid eyes on Ni Tsuehua, he was stunned. His blood began to boil, making him dizzy, and he immediately pinned her to the ground, threatening, "Don't move." In the end, under a surge of hormones, he even kissed her while she was still pinned to the ground. Pure-hearted Ni Tsuehua had never experienced anything like this. Moreover, it was the conservative 1960s, and she was so scared that she pushed Shangguan Dehui away and ran off without looking back. Actually, that was Shangguan Dehui's first time behaving like that with a girl. He didn't even understand his feelings at the time. So, after Ni Tsuehua ran away, his legs felt weak, he didn't even have the strength to chase after her. Shangguan Dehui then said, "After you disappeared, I searched for you for a long time." Ni Tsuehua, silent, continued washing vegetables. Shangguan Dehui continued, "Where did you go? What happened during all these years?" "I got married." Ni Tsuehua replied matter-of-factly. Regrettably, the person she married wasn't a good partner. Shangguan Dehui's lips moved, but he changed the subject. "Should this fish be cut into chunks or slices?" "Just chop off the fish head." "Well, make a fish head tofu soup." Ni Tsuehua cut the tofu into pieces and placed them in a ceramic bowl. "Understood." Shangguan Dehui nodded. As they washed their hands and prepared the soup, the two worked together harmoniously. Chapter 599, The Moon in the Sea is the Moon in the Sky, the person in front of you is the person in your heart _4. At this moment, he even had the illusion that they were already an old couple. The window was open, and the cool breeze from the outside brought petals of gardenia in, floating through Ni Tsuehua's hair. Just like any rural woman, her hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. It didn't seem tacky at all. A strand of hair fell from her forehead, elegant and virtuous. Don't laugh at her for going gray, time doesn't defeat beauty. The wild cells inside Shangguan Dehui that had been stagnant for years were stirring again, but he had to suppress them. This time, he couldn't scare her off, no matter what. The tension between them gradually eased. Being with Shangguan Dehui made Ni Tsuehua feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Their conversation also became more casual. Ni Tsuehua said, "Are you really a teacher now?" Ni Tsuehua, who didn't know the truth before, thought Shangguan Dehui was quite suitable to be a teacher, but now, she always felt something was off. "Really?" Shangguan Dehui continued, "After returning to the city, I got into college, then I continued to pursue my master's and doctoral degrees, and finally stayed in school to teach." Even he didn't expect that the once leader of Sijio City would become a teacher. Time is indeed a magical thing. Ni Tsuehua jokingly said, "Doesn't your principal fear you might mislead the disciples?" Shangguan Dehui replied, "Dia, you shouldn't be prejudiced. I have rehabilitated a long time ago. There's a saying, isn't there, a prodigal who returns is more precious than gold." Ni Tsuehua looked at him and refuted, "Shangguan Dehui, don't forget there's also a phrase, leopards never change their spots." Petals were scattered all over the courtyard, and the kitchen was filled with delicious aromas. At noon, Ni Tsuehua prepared a feast. She originally intended to roast a chicken, but since she was unsure of controlling the temperature of the bakehouse, she decided to marinate it for Ni Yang to roast when she returns in the evening. Today marks the first month since the restaurant's opening. Ni Yang was still spectating at the restaurant. The business has been operating for a month, and with enthusiastic service and delicious dishes, the restaurant had a lot of loyal fans and returning customers. Yet, there was only one VIP customer. "Yang Yang." A male voice suddenly rang out from behind. Ni Yang looked back and saw Chen Jitsang, who was holding a bouquet of bright red roses. "Mr. Chen. This is for you." Chen Jitsang handed the roses to Ni Yang, the Westerners believe that roses symbolize love and sincere, pure affection. Ni Yang didn't reach out to accept them. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Previously, she accepted Chen Zikang's flowers because of the restaurant's grand opening, hoping for good luck. However, it's different today. Chen Jitsang had made it clear that roses stand for sincere, pure love. In these circumstances, if Ni Yang continued to accept his flowers, it could easily be taken the wrong way. Chen Jitsang argued, I know you have a boyfriend, you've already told me. But having a boyfriend doesn't mean I can't give you flowers. And nothing stops him from pursuing her. He simply doesn't believe that Ni Yang's boyfriend could be any better than he is. In terms of looks, he is not bad, he had countless foreign women chasing after him when he was abroad. As for background, he comes from a reputable family in Beijing. Choosing a potential partner is all about looks and background, right? With both in his favor, what could Ni Yang possibly be discontented with? That was why, on the day the restaurant opened, Chen Jitsang boldly bet that he would win Ni Yang over. Ni Yang replied, but I can't accept it. Why? I've said I don't mind. Chen Jitsang was somewhat puzzled. Ni Yang was indifferent, but I do. What are you concerned about? Chen Jitsang was confused. If he didn't mind, what was there for Ni Yang to worry about? Being concerned about having another suitor? And don't women usually feel more superior the more suitors they have? Why couldn't he see any superiority on Ni Yang's face? Ni Yang continued, because my boyfriend would be jealous. Chen Jitsang asked, so you are not accepting these flowers? Ni Yang shook her head, Mr. Chen, you don't need to waste your time on me, because I really love my boyfriend very much. Chen Jitsang nonchalantly said, you love yours, and I pursue mine. Romantic freedom is now the norm and no one can interfere with me. Besides, having an extra suitor gives you another option, I think that's pretty good. Times have changed, there's no need for girls to be so conservative. Chapter 600, The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, the person in front of you is the person in your heart. 5. Having come back from studying abroad, he speaks his mind without mincing words. Chen Jitsang firmly believes in one phrase. There's no flower that can't be pried away by a hoe, only a hoe that isn't trying enough. In his determination, he believes that he will inevitably pry Ni Yang away from her roots. Chen Jitsang is full of confidence in himself. Ni Yang said, time is money. Rather than wasting time on the impossible, better to use it to do something meaningful. If something is impossible from the start, it is best to clarify it once and for all. Ni Yang dislikes ambiguity. Chen Jitsang spoke bluntly, we could start as ordinary friends. For me, the most meaningful thing now is to win you over. This may make it impossible for me to be friends with you. Ni Yang was also straightforward. Chen Zikang's intentions are clear. If she agreed now, things would become ambiguous. Yang, I've found you more and more interesting. Better call me Ni Yang. And, I find you particularly uninteresting. In the past, Ni Yang didn't mind Chen Jitsang calling her Yang since they were friends. Now knowing his intentions, hearing him call her Yang made her uncomfortable. It simply felt strange. Wow, you're this petty? Chen Jitsang was somewhat taken aback. With a light tone, Ni Yang responded, yes, I am this petty. And, I strongly dislike ambiguity. I have things to do and can't keep you company. As she finished her words, she turned and headed for the upstairs office. Chen Jitsang watched Ni Yang's retreating silhouette, his heart beating even faster. No wonder he liked her, she was even more irresistible when rejecting him. He could hardly bear to let her go. Chen Jitsang felt like surrendering on the spot. How is it? This girl isn't easy to pursue, right? Yang Kai walked over and patted Chen Zikang's shoulder. It's not easy. Chen Jitsang continued, but for me, it's only a matter of time. You guys get ready to wash my stinky socks. Yang Kai smirked. If I heard right, she just said she's cutting ties with you. Plus, she already has a boyfriend. Wake up. The one who needs to wash socks is you. Chen Jizang elbowed Yang Kai in the chest. In this day and age, even people who are married can divorce. What's a boyfriend? The divorce rate in Beijing during the 80s had been gradually increasing. Nor was divorce considered as scandalous as in the past. Yang Kai responded, I think you're the sort who won't turn back until you hit a wall. Suddenly, Chen Jizang seemed to remember something. Right, help me find out who Yang Yang's boyfriend is. Once he understands his rival, the better the opportunity to win the competition. Yang Kai looked at Chen Jizang. Didn't she tell you to stop calling her Yang Yang? Chen Jizang gave Yang Kai a punch. What's it to you if I call her that behind her back? As soon as Ni Yang returned to the office, she received a call from Ni Tsuehua. Since the telephone at home hadn't been installed yet, Ni Tsuehua had to call from the village's supply and marketing cooperative. Yang Yang, your Uncle Shengwan and Aunt Danny are here. Come home early tonight, and pick up some vegetables from the market on the way. Ni Tsuehua instructed on the phone. Alright Mom, I got it. Ni Yang naturally wouldn't neglect her guests. She hung up the phone and headed out immediately. She bought some vegetables and fresh fruits from the market, then got on her bike to go home. Even though Ni Yang was now a business owner, she remained frugal and still used her old big cross-beam bike, her only mode of transportation. She never enjoyed displaying her wealth. Honk! A small sedan suddenly pulled up in front of her. Ni Yang immediately hit the brakes. At that moment, the window of the sedan slowly rolled down, revealing a handsome face. Ni Yang, where do you live? I'll give you a ride. If it wasn't Chen Jizang, who else could it be? No need. I'm fine going home on my own. Ni Yang directly declined. Chen Jizang continued, Ni Yang, I don't mean anything else. I just saw you looked tired from biking, so I wanted to give you a ride. Ni Yang was too lazy to deal with Chen Jizang. She turned the car around and went another way. Chen Jizang watched Ni Yang's back. His heart rate started to unconsciously quicken again. It had been a long time since he had met a girl with such a unique character like Ni Yang. He was certain that he could win over Ni Yang. Certainly. Chen Jizang slapped the steering wheel fiercely. After Ni Yang returned home, she clearly felt the dynamic between Ni Tsuehua and Shengwan Dehui had changed. Exactly what had changed, she couldn't say. Anyhow, it had been a long while since she had seen Ni Tsuehua smile so happily. Uncle Shengwan, Ni Yang greeted him politely. Yang Yang, Shengwan Dehui nodded. Ni Yang looked around and asked, Mom, didn't you say Aunt Danny and Uncle Zhao were also here? Why don't I see them? Ni Tsuehua said, they went out to play. Oh, Ni Yang nodded. In the afternoon, Zhou Danny and old Zhao returned with the kids. The couple thanked Ni Yang profusely. Yang Yang, we really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, Uncle Zhao would still be selling steamed buns. You have no idea how bad the business was. We couldn't even make a single yuan a day. To Zhou Danny and old Zhao, Ni Yang was like their family's benefactor. Ni Yang replied with a smile, Aunt Danny, Uncle Zhao, this is also due to your hard work and skills. I just played a small mediating role. If the steamed buns which you made were not delicious, who would buy them? I don't care, you're the savior of our family anyway. Ni Tsuehua listened on, baffledly. How did Ni Yang suddenly become the savior of Zhou Danny and her husband? Zhou Danny immediately explained everything to Ni Tsuehua. Bigya, you are so blessed for having such an excellent daughter like Yang Yang in this life. Shengwan Dehui, sitting aside, heard the whole thing and started looking at Ni Yang differently. It seemed that Big Ya's daughter was even more outstanding than he thought. By the way, Bigya, you just mentioned that the newly renovated house next door belongs to you, right? Yes, Ni Tsuihua nodded. The interior has been renovated, but Yang said we should let it air out. So we have not moved in yet and plan to do so when the weather turns cold. Zhou Danny continued, then, Bigya, you must take me to see your new house. Sure, Ni Tsuihua said, come with me. The two sisters walked arm in arm toward the new house next door. Old Zhao quietly followed behind the two, playing the role of an invisible man. In a blink of an eye, only Ni Yang and Shengguan Dehui were left in the room. Yang. What's the matter, Uncle Shengguan? Ni Yang looked up at Shengguan Dehui. Shengguan Dehui said, Uncle has a presumptuous request. Go ahead. Shengguan Dehui hesitated for a moment, then said, if you're free tomorrow morning, could I invite you for a meal? It was obvious that Bigya cherished her daughter very much, so some things had to be approved by Ni Yang first. Ni Yang nodded, sure. The next day, Ni Yang arrived on time at the restaurant where she was supposed to meet Shengguan Dehui. Uncle Shengguan. Yang, what would you like to eat? Shengguan Dehui handed her the menu. Ni Yang casually ordered a few dishes, closed the menu, and said, Uncle Shengguan, the reason you asked me here today is that you have something to say to me, right? Having been bluntly called out by Ni Yang, Shengguan Dehui wasn't embarrassed, he just nodded directly. Uncle Shengguan, feel free to speak your mind. Chapter 601, Shengguan Dehui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _1 calm. Ni Yang seemed too calm to him. Shengguan Dehui even had the illusion that Ni Yang already knew what he was going to say. Although the kid was only 18 years old, she gave Shengguan Dehui an inexplicable sense of oppression, the kind of feeling a guilt-ridden student has when seeing their teacher, but he was supposed to be that teacher. Shengguan Dehui picked up his cup and took a sip of tea, trying hard to calm himself down as he carefully chose his words in his mind. Ni Yang didn't rush either, gently stirring the coffee in her cup, not saying anything before Shengguan Dehui spoke. Although the atmosphere was quiet, it was not awkward. It wasn't until all the dishes were served that Shengguan Dehui finally spoke, Yang. Yes, go ahead. Ni Yang put down the silver spoon in her hand and looked up at Shengguan Dehui. Looking directly into the other person's eyes when speaking shows basic respect. Since Shengguan Dehui had something important to tell her, she naturally had to show the respect a junior should have. Yang, your mom and I actually met more than 20 years ago when I was a young laborer at a logging farm, Shengguan Dehui calmly told Ni Yang about his past with Ni Tsuihua, of course, omitting the part where they fooled around. Later, I went to many places looking for her. Maybe it was fate that we didn't end up together. After a fleeting glimpse, I never saw her again. Gradually, Shengguan Dehui was no longer nervous. Throughout the process, Ni Yang didn't show any particular emotions. She was always calm and quiet, like a listener. No wonder Ni Tsuihua and Shengguan Dehui got along so well yesterday. So it turns out that they knew each other years ago. Fate really is strange. Shengguan Dehui continued, my name is Shengguan Dehui. I am 43 years old and currently teaching at Tsinghua University. My mother still lives, I have 2 children, a set of twins, a boy and a girl. My wife died in childbirth years ago. I am now single and I would like to pursue your mother, Ni Tsuihua. That's right. He wanted to pursue Ni Tsuihua. He didn't want to leave any regrets from the youthful years that had passed more than 20 years ago. Ni Yang was taken aback. Even though she was prepared, she didn't expect Shengguan Dehui to be so direct. Love is between 2 people, as children, they have no right to interfere with their parents' love. The reason Shengguan Dehui told her all this was to seek the approval of this daughter, which shows that Shengguan Dehui respects Ni Tsuihua and values this relationship very much. The most important thing in love is respect. This also proves that Shengguan Dehui is not a selfish man. If he was selfish, he wouldn't have told her all this. Yang gave a slight smile. Uncle Shengwan, the most important thing in a relationship is mutual consent. I'm not my mom, I can't speak for her, let alone make decisions for her. So, I think you're going to have to talk to her about this. Yang was speaking from the heart. She won't interfere with Quihua's emotional life. As long as the other person's character is good and has no ulterior motives, even if Tsuihua falls in love with a beggar, Yang won't object. Moreover, Yang had a very good impression of Shengguan Dehui. Her intuition told her that Shengguan Dehui could give Tsuihua happiness, so she didn't oppose Shengguan Dehui's pursuit of Tsuihua. For a moment, Shengguan Dehui began to question his own hearing and vision. Isn't Yang angry? He wants to pursue Tsuihua, and Yang isn't angry at all? He had seen many single-parent families, where the children would oppose when one parent wanted to find a new partner, including the time with Lin Fang, when Changyu even showed a little resistance. He originally thought that Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi were already quite sensible children. However, it turned out that Yang was even more sensible than them. Shengguan Dehui was even prepared for Yang's opposition and had thought of what to say to persuade her. So, Yang, you're not against me pursuing your mother, are you? No, I'm not. Yang continued, she's had a hard enough life in the former half, I hope the latter half could be a little sweeter for her. But, there is one thing I want to say first. As she reached this point, Yang hesitated for a moment. Go ahead, Yang. Yang said, my mother is a person with a simple personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been cheated so horribly in the first half of her life. Uncle Shengguan, if you can win her heart, please make sure to treat her well. If not, I can do anything. This sentence carried a hint of warning. Chapter 602, Shengguan Dehui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _2. At that same moment, Yang bent the silver spoon in her hand with one hand. She was not joking. If Shengguan Dehui dares to bully Tsuihua, she will make him pay a price. Shengguan Dehui seemed not to have expected this from Yang, and he was taken aback for a moment. This child's behavior was increasingly unlike that of an 18-year-old. She was more like a weathered overseer, with an intimidating air that could make one shudder inadvertently. Even he, as a teacher, felt an unnamed pressure. Yang, don't worry. As long as your mother agrees, I promise to protect her for the rest of my life, without her suffering the slightest grievance. No one could understand Shengguan Dehui's feelings, having regained what he had missed in half his lifetime. Not to mention the least indignity, he would not even let Tsuihua suffer a tear. Yang nodded, then please remember what you said today, Uncle Shengguan. I swear. Shengguan Dehui raised 3 fingers, if I break my vow today, let the heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts. After the meal was finished, Yang proposed to say goodbye. Shengguan Dehui, laughing, escorted Yang out of the restaurant. All the way back to the Shengguan family, Shengguan Dehui was all smiles. Dehui, you're in a good mood today. The Shengguan's old lady came out from the inner room. Mom. Seeing Shengguan Dehui in good spirits, the old lady Shengguan brought up an old topic again. Mom mentioned something to you last time, how have you considered it? Not everyone in this world is like Lin Fang. You can't just give up on everyone because of one Lin Fang. Shengguan Dehui naturally knew what the old lady Shengguan was referring to. He followed up with, Mom, don't worry, sometimes fate comes and you can't stop it. Such as now. He had never dreamed that one day he would meet Daya again. He had always thought he would have to wait till the afterlife to see her again. Heaven is not thin. Old lady Shengguan was taken aback, somewhat baffled by Shengguan Dehui's thoughts. Dehui, what do you mean? Shengguan Dehui smiled and said, Mom, I've caused you worry in recent days. That won't happen again. Old lady Shengguan squinted. Dehui, do you have someone outside? Shengguan Dehui didn't answer, which was taken as a tacit agreement. Tell your mother who the girl is. Old Lady Shengguan was very excited. Shengguan Dehui said, Mom, don't be too happy too soon. Right now, nothing has been settled yet. Let me secure her heart first, then I'll tell you about it. Just hearing this, Old Lady Shengguan got even more excited. Great. Really great. Now I can rest in peace even if I die. Shengguan Dehui said, Mom, don't say such inauspicious words. All right, I won't say any more. Over the next few days, Shengguan Dehui would appear at the Ni family from time to time. And he always appeared when Ni Tsuihua needed him most. For instance, when the house's fuse burnt out, Ni Yang was not at home, no one could change it. Or when little Ni Yun was calling for her, but there's still porridge stewing in the pot. Ni Yang was often not home, and a man was indeed needed around the house. Although Shengguan Dehui was a teacher and bore a scholarly air, he was no pushover. After all, when he was young, he too was quite the man. He was very strong. Fetching water, chopping wood, even picking vegetables from the field. Even though Shengguan Dehui came to the Ni family often, no one in the village gossiped. Ni Tsuihua was a good person and Ni Yang had often helped the villagers. Everyone hoped that Ni Tsuihua could find happiness. A household without a man, how could it be? While there was no gossip in Jinghua village, there was much gossip in the neighboring villages. Xiazwang's family field was right next to Nyoer's family field from the neighboring village. Xiazwang's mom was tending to aloe vera plants while Nyoer's mom was harvesting rice. Nyoer's mom curiously asked, Can your aloe vera really sell for 2.5 cents per pound now? Xiazwang's mom nodded, Absolutely, our family has sold several batches. If it wasn't profitable, why would we grow it? Nyoer's mom said enviously, At this rate, growing aloe vera is much more profitable than growing rice. I just wish our village had such good luck. Xiazwang's mom replied with pride, Well, your village doesn't have a lucky star like ours. Now, in the neighboring villages, who didn't know that Jinghua village had a lucky star named Ni Yang? Chapter 603, Shengguan Dehui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _3. Nyo Ermama continued, I heard the mother of your village's lucky charm likes to flirt with men. Xiazwang's mom, Xiazwang's dad is young and vigorous, and good-looking too. You better watch out. You mustn't let him be hooked away by some vixen from elsewhere. These words had a hint of instigation in them. If the person was gullible, they would be easily swayed. In fact, Nyo Ermama came specifically to stir things up. Recently, Ni Tsuihua had been getting close with Shengguan Dehui, which she could use to her advantage. Now, everyone was making money in Jinghua village, who wouldn't be jealous? If the villagers of Jinghua village fell out with Ni Tsuihua, she would have to move out. At that time, they could step in and the lucky charm would become theirs. Nyo Ermama was the village chief's daughter-in-law. Her plotting was ingenious. Xiazwang's mom wasn't a fool either. She immediately retorted. Pa! Zhang Yinfeng, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Before you even bend over, I know you're about to talk shit. Trying to trick her? No way. Zhang Yinfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Xiazwang's mom, don't speak in such an unpleasant way. I'm just looking out for you. Look at that woman, she's not good, a widow yet flirty and not following women's rules. Zhang Yinfeng. Xiazwang's mom put down the scissors in her hand, walked up to Zhang Yinfeng, grabbed her wrist, and said angrily, Clarify your words today. Who's flirting around? Who's not following the women's rules? Ni Tsuihua was always kind and a nice person. Xiazwang's mom absolutely would not allow anyone to insult her like this. Zhang Yinfeng was taken aback by Xiazwang's mom's reaction, and immediately became angry herself. What's wrong? Lu Chuanmiao. You dare to hit me? Ni Tsuihua is indeed flirting around, not behaving like she should. That shameless fox. If I'm wrong, hit me. Go on, aim for the face. Zhang Yinfeng pointed at her own face. Lu Chuanmiao was known to be a calm person in Jinghua village. Would she dare to hit her? What a joke. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Yinfeng received a solid slap on the face. Zhang Yinfeng shrieked, "Ah! You dare to hit me!" Zhang Yinfeng was a shrew by nature. When she started cursing, she didn't hold back. The curse words that came out of her mouth were extremely harsh. She was now sitting on the ground, cursing and crying, insulting Lu Chuanmiao in every way possible. The commotion attracted many people working in the fields to come and watch the spectacle. Seeing so many people there, Zhang Yinfeng immediately started complaining. After all, she was the one who had been hit. Everyone criticized Lu Chuanmiao, saying it was inappropriate to hit someone. Some suggested Lu Chuanmiao should take Zhang Yinfeng to the health clinic and apologize to her. Among these people, there were both from Jinghua village and the neighboring village. Seeing everyone siding with Zhang Yinfeng, Lu Chuanmiao lost her temper. "You all want me to apologize to this woman, why don't you ask me why I hit her?" The village chief of Jinghua village stepped forward and said, "No matter what the reason, it's not acceptable to hit people. Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, rest assured, the people of Jinghua village are reasonable." Hearing this, Zhang Yinfeng immediately perked up, pretending to be in pain on the floor, demanding that Lu Chuanmiao take responsibility. "Pa! I am responsible for your mother." Lu Chuanmiao looked at the village chief. "Chief, do you know what this woman said about Yang Yang's mom? She called Yang Yang's mom a fox, accusing her of flirting and not following women's rules." Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression changed instantly. The villagers around also changed their faces, standing behind Lu Chuanmiao one after another. She dared to insult Enai Tsuehua. Enai Tsuehua was their village's Lucky Charms mom. No wonder Lu Chuanmiao couldn't stand it. However, Zhang Yinfeng didn't realize she was in the wrong and continued to stir the pot. "What? Can't call a fox a fox. She is indeed flirting, not obeying women's rules. All of you, be careful with your men, don't let them be taken by that fox." Zhang Yinfeng was more and more excited. In the end, all sorts of harsh words came out of her mouth. "Stinky woman. Say it again. I'll tear your mouth apart." The villagers who were originally helping Zhang Yinfeng suddenly rolled up their sleeves and charged forward, looking like they were about to beat her up. Zhang Yinfeng was taken aback, quickly stood up and hid behind the village chief. "Chiefly, look at these unruly people in your village. You have to stand up for me." Chapter 604, Shengguan Dihui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _4. Village chiefly abruptly pulled Zhang Yinfeng from behind him. Zhang Yinfeng staggered, almost falling down, and looked at village chiefly with disbelief. She was somewhat confused about why the village chief had suddenly changed his demeanor. Didn't he just promise to back her up with a righteous face? Village chiefly looked down at Zhang Yinfeng and angrily said, "Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, would you care to explain? What do you mean by scheming and deviant behavior? What do you mean by not following woman's virtue? Comrade Enai Tsuehua is single now. As a single woman, she has every right to choose her own happiness. China has been liberated for decades. Do you still think we're living in the Qing dynasty where widows must live a life of chastity? If I recall correctly, your own younger sister just remarried a short while ago. So by your standards, she's a seductress, isn't she? If she's a seductress, what does that make you? A seductress sister? Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, do you know what you're doing is called? It's called slander. It carries legal consequences." When the village chief finished his speech, the rest of the villagers of Jinghua village echoed, "Exactly, what era are we living in? Male and female equality, freedom of love has long been established. Zhang Yinfeng only knows how to criticize others. She does not even see her own sister. I remember that her sister was being flirtatious with several men even when her husband was still alive. She was even caught in bed by her mother-in-law. Really? Are you serious? Absolutely. Listening to these words, Zhang Yinfeng's face turned red with embarrassment. She originally planned to disrupt the harmony within the village, but she ended up embarrassing herself. But Zhang Yinfeng is not the kind of person who would easily admit defeat. Ni Tsuehua is indeed a seductress. Shameless. You all don't know a good person's heart. You will regret this one day. Zhang Yinfeng's behavior thoroughly angered the villagers of Jinghua village. The crowd rolled up their sleeves, appearing ready to punch Zhang Yinfeng. Zhang Yinfeng. Say it again if you dare. Whoever dares to cross Yang Yang's mother will have to cross me, Zhou Dalan, first. I think this woman deserves a good beating. Give her a good beating and she will behave. You are the seductress, your whole family are seductresses. You embarrassing creature. Zhang Yinfeng was dumbfounded. She never expected that village chief Li and the villagers would back up Ni Tsuehua so forcefully. On the other hand, even though she has been bullied to this extent by the villagers of Jinghua village, her own villagers did not even dare to fart in protest. It's not that they didn't want to back Zhang Yinfeng up, but that Zhang Yinfeng was simply in the wrong. Who told Zhang Yinfeng to provoke those she should not have in Jinghua village? Wasn't she asking for it? Zhang Yinfeng backed off while sitting on the ground. Village chief Li continued, Zhang Yinfeng, let's put an end to this incident. If we hear you slandering comrade Ni Tsuehua again, we in Jinghua village will not let you off easily. Okay, everyone disperse, go back to work. Zhang Yinfeng was pissed as hell. When has she ever lost an argument in their village? And this time, she lost so miserably. That's it? Lu Chuanmiao from your village slapped me, and you're just calling it quits? Do you think I'm that easy to bully? Zhang Yinfeng rolled up her sleeves and stood up from the ground. The village chief glanced back at Zhang Yinfeng. She slapped you? So what? You aren't satisfied? If you aren't, then swallow that dissatisfaction. I'm telling you. People from Jinghua village are not so easy to bully. If there's a next time, it ain't gonna be as simple as a slap. If something happens, we people of Jinghua village will bear it together. The villagers behind the village chief said, right. Well, bear it together. If you dare, say it one more time. At this time, Zhang Yinfeng could only choose to back down. A wise man knows when to retreat. Why can't the villagers in her village be as united as those in Jinghua village? Why couldn't she be a resident of Jinghua village? Zhang Yinfeng walked away with her tail between her legs in disgrace. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanmiao walked amidst the crowd like a hero. Xiazwang's mom, that slap was so satisfying. What does Zhang Yinfeng think she is, that she can create discord like that? Zhang Yinfeng deserves to be beaten. The village chief walked in front and looked back. What happened today? Let's keep it to ourselves. As if nothing happened, so as not to stress Yang Yang's mother with unnecessary burdens. Village chief, what are you saying? Are we such ignorant people? Exactly, Yang Yang's mother finally found someone good to live with, we can't scare him away. Chapter 605, Shangguan Dihui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _5. The village chief said with relief, if you all think this way, then I am much more at ease. In the Ni family home. After Ni Yang came back from town, she took a spray can and began watering the plants in the courtyard of the new house. While filling the watering can, she revealed a slender and fair wrist. A translucent jade bracelet on her wrist shone brightly under the sun. Ni Tsuehua curiously asked, Yang Yang, when did you buy this bracelet? It's so beautiful. Ni Yang was taken aback for a moment, then she said, I forgot to tell you, this bracelet was given to me by Grandma Lu. Ni Tsuehua seemed very surprised, this bracelet looks like it's worth a lot. How could you accept such a valuable gift from Grandma Lu? Grandma Lu is a lonely old woman living a difficult life. This bracelet might be the most valuable thing she has. Ni Yang explained the situation to Ni Tsuehua. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Ni Tsuehua nodded. Since this is a token of affection from Grandma Lu, then you should cherish it. Grandma Lu is alone, so we have to be kind to her in the future. Ni Tsuehua has never been one to take advantage of others. Now that the bracelet couldn't be removed, all she could do was to treat Grandma Lu even better. Yes, Mom, I understand. Ni Yang continued, oh, Mom, I have something to do tonight, I might have to go out later. Ni Tsuehua looked a bit perplexed, going out? It's almost 6 o'clock, where are you going? To town. Ni Yang answered. Do you want me to accompany you? It's already very late. Ni Tsuehua seemed a bit worried. You don't have to. Ni Yang shook her head, I can manage on my own. Alright then. Ni Tsuehua proceeded, remember to come home early. Today is the 9th of the lunar month September. If Ni Yang remembers correctly, today is the day when the master's eldest apprentice had an accident. Although the master and his wife practice traditional Chinese medicine, they still have an willful son who is fond of the martial arts. Big brother succumbed to his death while working as a bodyguard for a wealthy person, in a confrontation with a gangster. In Ni Yang's memory, these incidents were quite serious. 2 people died then, one being Big Brother, and the other being his employer. In the dim night, Ni Yang was biking along the road. Stop the car. Zheng Xianjing, who was in the back seat, suddenly told the driver to stop. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately halted the car. I have something to handle, you go back first. Zheng Xianjing picked up the beige coat on the back seat, got out of the car, and looked back at the driver. Sure, miss, the driver nodded. Zheng Xianjing asked the driver to stop because she saw Mo Baichuan. Having recognized Mo Baichuan as Mr. Mog, she would not miss any opportunity to interact with Mo Baichuan. Brother Baichuan. Zheng Xianjing approached him and held Mo Baichuan's arm. Xianjing. Mo Baichuan's gaze shifted from the figure at the end of the street. Zheng Xianjing squinted slightly and involuntarily looked in that direction. Upon looking, her pupils contracted slightly. It's her. Ni Yang. The same girl whose hair the dead wife had used for identification. Zheng Xianjing hid her appearance well and asked softly, Brother Baichuan, what are you doing here so late? He's waiting for me. Just then, another woman's voice appeared in the air. When Zheng Xianjing looked up, she saw a confident woman with heavy makeup. Zhao Jingrong. Why is Zhao Jingrong here too? Zheng Xianjing suddenly had a bad feeling. Miss Zhao? With a high-handed attitude, Zhao Jingrong pulled Zheng Xianjing's hand off Mo Baichuan's arm, put her own arm around Mo Baichuan's, and smiled a winner's smile. Baichuan, didn't you introduce Miss Zheng to me? Mo Baichuan looked at Zheng Xianjing and said, this is my girlfriend, Zhao Jingrong. What? What did she just hear? Zheng Xianjing's face instantly turned pale. Zhao Jingrong is actually with Mo Baichuan. What the hell is going on? Compared to the slightly tainted Sun Dalian, Zhao Jingrong is much harder to deal with. After all, Zhao Jingrong is a legitimate high-class lady. Brother Baichuan. How could you be with her? Zhao Jingrong gave a slight smile. Excuse me, Miss Zheng, why can't I be with Baichuan? Brother Baichuan. Zheng Xianjing looked at Zhao Jingrong. Miss Zhao was once engaged to Uncle Mo. She almost became your aunt. How could you possibly be with her? Besides herself, Zheng Xianjing can't accept anyone being with Mo Baichuan. How can it be like this? She went through such great lengths and even spent 30,000 yuan, only to end up benefiting Zhao Jingrong. How can Zheng Xianjing accept this? Zhao Jingrong laughed. Miss Zheng, your thinking is quite old-fashioned. The Zheng family is not without resources, why don't they expose Miss Zheng to the world outside? As you said, I was once engaged to Mo Qishan. Since the engagement was terminated, naturally, men and women can marry whoever they wish. Do I need to inform you, Miss Zheng, who I choose to be with? Or are you saying, Miss Zheng, you have inappropriate thoughts about other people's boyfriends? Zhao Jingrong's last sentence was laced with a mocking smile. She's not easily messed with. It won't be so easy for Zheng Xianjing to try to steal Mo Baichuan from her. Zheng Xianjing's face turned from white to red. She turned her head to look at Mo Baichuan, brother Baichuan. What the hell is going on? Grandma and Grandpa Mo would never approve of you two being together. That's none of your concern. Mo Baichuan broke his silence. He wants to be with Zhao Jingrong. If Mo Qishan can be with Ni Yang, then why can't he be with Zhao Jingrong? Didn't Ni Yang say that she and Mo Qishan truly love each other? He wants to see how long those two can keep up their act. Zheng Xianjing was almost dying of rage. Brother Baichuan, how can you be like this? This is wrong. Baichuan, let's go. Zhao Jingrong looked at Mo Baichuan. Okay. Mo Baichuan nodded. Brother Baichuan. Zheng Xianjing reluctantly clung to Mo Baichuan's clothes. Zhao Jingrong turned around and pried Zheng Xianjing's hands off finger by finger. Miss Zheng, if you still have some dignity left, stop making a spectacle of yourself. Even if you don't care about your reputation, Madame Zheng still does. Zheng Xianjing was shivering with so much anger that she could only watch Zhao Jingrong lead Mo Baichuan away. No. She absolutely cannot lose to Zhao Jingrong. Zheng Xianjing looked at the retreating figures of Zhao Jingrong, her eyes like venom. The nights in September are already a bit chilly, particularly at nightfall. Ni Yang tightened her beige coat as she walked toward the alley up ahead. The silver-white moonlight dusted her body with a layer of radiance. The alley was silent, without even the sound of insects. Ni Yang had already been waiting here for a long time, but there was still no one in sight. Just as she was about to wonder if she had gotten the date wrong, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the alley. Thump, thump, thump. Ni Yang looked up and saw two men in suits rushing towards her. There were no lamps in the alley, but with the help of the moonlight and her exceptional senses, she instantly identified the two figures as the eldest martial brother and his employer. Listening to their breaths, one of them was injured. Ni Yang's eyebrows furrowed as she walked briskly forward, removing her obstructive coat as she went. For easier fighting, she hadn't worn a cheongsam today, opting instead for a simple outfit of a white knit top, black trousers, and white sneakers. Smack! She tossed her coat aside, fearlessly moving forward. A breeze stirred her long, elegant hair, and as she passed the two men she whisperingly commanded, "Hurry and run ahead. Don't look back, just leave the rest to me." Chapter 606, A Night of Terror, Snatched from the Jaws of Death, Second Update, _1 Ni Yang's words had just fallen when one of them noticeably hesitated, raising his head to look at Ni Yang. His eyes were sharp as a sword, making it somewhat hard to breathe. In the moonlight, you could vaguely see a pale face. Ni Yang lightly raised her eyebrows. In her past life, she had seen a photo of her senior martial brother. This man was not him. At this moment, a thug armed with a steel pipe suddenly rushed towards them. Under the moonlight, the steel pipe glinted frostily. If one were hit in the head with it, their brains would scatter all over the place, they would be killed on the spot. Ni Yang didn't give the thug a single glance before she suddenly kicked up, hitting the thug's jaw. Bang! The thug's figure instantly fell to the ground, his steel pipe flung into the air by the ruthless force. Ni Yang, seemingly devoid of any thought, casually reached out and accurately caught the steel pipe that was falling from mid-air. Her actions were incredibly cool. With her back to the moonlight, holding a steel pipe, standing against the light, her silhouette slender, the moonlight draped a layer of purity over her body. She had a strong yet chilling aura about her, her face was not clearly visible, but people didn't dare to look straight at her, they were awestruck with fear. After that man took a glance at Yang, he quickly averted his eyes and said to the person beside him, "We should leave, quickly." The weakness that he was unable to conceal lingered in his gentle voice, it seemed like he could fall down at any moment. "Okay." The other man nodded, helping the man as they quickly ran towards the alley entrance. At this point, Yang took out a bottle of pills she had on her, and without looking back, she threw it behind her. "Take this with you." The small bottle of pills accurately landed in one man's jacket pocket. The man was slightly stunned, but he didn't stick around, he ran off immediately without looking back. When the thugs saw the men run off, they wanted to give chase, but upon seeing Yang armed with the steel pipe, they hesitated. As they exchanged glances, they saw fear in each other's eyes and nobody dared to pursue them. Just then, a bulky man in his prime forcefully shoved his way through from the back. "Go! What are you all waiting around for? We have so many people, are we scared of a single girl?" Inspired by these words, everyone mustered up some courage to charge along behind the bulky man. Of course. Even with all their numbers, would they be afraid of a single girl? Yang revealed a faint smile. She swung the steel pipe in her hand and simultaneously performed a flawless backspin kick. Her moves were relentless, giving the thug no chance to hesitate. Bang! 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 One by one, the thugs fell to the ground. The remaining people didn't dare to rush forward. They looked at the hefty man and said, "Brother Biao. What do we do?" As Brother Biao got up from the ground, he glanced at the end of the alleyway and then back at Yang. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then bitterly said, "Let's go." Immediately, everyone stumbled to their feet. All the while keeping their gaze on Yang, they retreated before ultimately fleeing in a cloud of dust. It's not wise to chase an adversary when he's at the end of his rope. Moreover, these people are real desperados. It's highly likely there are more people backing them up. Yang is alone and outnumbered. If she carelessly pursued them, she might end up in mortal danger. Now she just needs to ensure that her senior martial brother and his employer are safe. Yang picked up the coat on the ground and casually put it on. She walked back unhurriedly, the moonlight cast her long shadow on the ground. A black business car was parked outside. You couldn't see the inside of the business car from outside, nor could you hear any noise. The man lying on the plush leather sofa in the back seat was skinny and pale, with a noticeable bleeding wound on his waist. The middle-aged doctor was kneeling beside the man, frowning and saying, "Mr. Duss' condition is very serious at the moment, he needs immediate treatment." Hearing this, a tall man with a bronze complexion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily yelled, "Well then, what are you standing around for? Save Mr. Du now." The driver in the front seat immediately started the engine, hurriedly heading towards the hospital. The doctor continued, "The hospital is 23 kilometers from here, and I'm not sure if Mr. Du can last that long." Damn! The man was furious, grabbing the doctor by the neck. "What use are you then, if Mr. Du keeps you around?" The doctor's face instantly turned pale. Someone immediately interceded for the doctor. "Brother Wang, calm down. Having a doctor is still better than not having one, considering the hospital is so far away." Right. The doctor immediately chimed in, "I can still perform emergency medical treatments for Mr. Du." Only then did Wang Ziki release the doctor. "If anything happens to Mr. Du, you're going down with him." The doctor was frightened, cold sweat was pouring from him and even his hands were shaking. At this moment, Wang Ziki looked as if he remembered something and squinted. "What did you say you didn't have?" No, medicine," the doctor gulped down. "Could you use this?" Wang Ziki pulled out a blue porcelain bottle from his pocket and threw it in front of the doctor. The doctor took the porcelain bottle, opened the lid and smelled it, his face lighting up. "It's Ninglu pill. Sir Du can be saved." With a squint, Wang Ziki asked, are you certain Sir Du can use this medicine? Wang Ziki did not know Ni Yang. Therefore, he did not trust her completely. He dared not rashly use the medicine she gave to Sir Du. What if she was a mole sent by their rivals? Unexpectedly, the medicine she gave really worked. Who really is she? The doctor nodded, confidently stating, yes, I am certain. Ninglu pills have cooling, detoxifying and blood-stopping effects. It perfectly matches Sir Du's symptoms. Still unsure, Wang Ziki poured a pill from the bottle and handed it to the doctor. You eat one first. The doctor hesitated. This Ninglu pill is very precious, priceless. There are only 2 left in this bottle, physician's kindness. To those without illness, this pill is not even as good as a sugar pill. But in front of those suffering from severe diseases, it could save lives. If I tell you to eat it, just eat. Wang Ziki forcibly opened the doctor's mouth and stuffed the Ninglu pill in it. Feeling helpless, the doctor swallowed the pill. Seeing that the doctor swallowed the pill without any reaction, Wang Ziki felt relieved, and then let Sir Du swallow the remaining pill. The effect of the Ninglu pill was very good. After Sir Du swallowed it, the blood from his waist slowly stopped. The doctor started some emergency measures, and in a little while, Sir Du opened his eyes. Ziki. Sir Du looked at Wang Ziki. Sir Du. Wang Ziki immediately propped up Sir Du, looking around at the environment and pinching his temples. Sir Du asked, was that person arranged by you? No. Wang Ziki shook his head. I didn't expect those bastards would dare to make a move on you. This is not the way home. Sir Du looked out the window. Wang Ziki continued, you are severely injured, we are going to the hospital now. Go back. What? Wang Ziki paused. Still a bit weak, Sir Du leaned against the car door. Find her. Who? Wang Ziki asked, confused. Sir Du squinted his eyes, responded lazily, the person who saved me tonight. That person, Sir Du interrupted Wang Ziki, don't worry, she's not from there. Wang Ziki squinted, but... Don't you think her appearance was too coincidental? They had encountered danger, and she was just there. In the middle of the night, a young girl. How could she possibly be at such a place? It was clearly a well-prepared move. Her motives are not pure. I've met countless people in my life. She is indeed not simple, but she is not our enemy. After saying this, Sir Du looked towards the driver's seat. Jianghu, make a U-turn. Yes. Jianghu immediately turned around at the next intersection. Screech. With a harsh brake sound, the car stopped at the entrance of the alley. As it happened, a figure in a beige coat walked past the car. Her hanging black hair covered her features. Sir Du's pupils narrowed as he slowly straightened up. Help me out of the car. Wang Ziki immediately assisted Sir Du out of the car. As soon as they got out of the car, the figure got into a black sedan, and its taillights quickly disappeared into the dark night. Check whose car that is. Sir Du turned to Wang Ziki. All right. Wang Ziki nodded as he looked in the direction where the taillights disappeared. Chapter 607, Not the Ordinary Grandfather, Shangguan Dehui who proposed. _1 Sijou City isn't particularly large, but it isn't small either. If you're aiming to find out who owns a specific vehicle in just a fleeting glance, you wouldn't find it easy at all. Wang Ziki followed up, saying, leave the search to me. Master Du, you're still injured. How about we go back first? This Master Du was not just any other master. He came from Shanghai. His father was once the big shot in the famed foreign concessions there, so intimidating that even the military officials of that time didn't dare to provoke him. This Master Du also inherited his father's cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness. But sadly, all good things must come to an end. He was born sick and frail. His health wasn't good and even the doctors predicted he wouldn't live past 18. Against all odds, he survived past his 18th birthday and is now 30 years old. A wandering monk said that he must stay in Beijing for a year, and then he would be able to live a healthy life for the rest of his days. Unfortunately, he ran into this trouble soon after his arrival in Beijing. This night was inevitably going to be a sleepless one. By the time Yang returned home, it was already past 2 in the morning, but the lights in the house were still on. As soon as she opened the courtyard door, Tsuhua came out from inside. Yang is back. Yang was surprised. Mom, why are you still awake? Tsuhua said with a smile, I wasn't sleepy, I was just studying English. Parents' love is a boundless sea. She wasn't not sleepy, she was worried about Yang. Yang closed the courtyard door. It's already past 2 o'clock. In the future, if I go out, you don't have to wait for me. I am an adult and can take care of myself. Tsuhua nodded, then said, Yang, I've prepared the bath water for you. Go freshen up and sleep soon. Okay, said Yang. Mom, you should go to bed soon too. Tsuhua had not only prepared the bath water but also rose petals and milk. Adding rose petals and milk to bath water can make the skin delicate, smooth, and fairer. Yang always pays great attention to her skincare routine, and that's why her skin is so great. Although it was late, Yang still enjoyed a luxurious rose-infused milk bath. By the time she got into bed, it was already past 3 o'clock. Because she had stayed up late, she didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock the next morning. Yang. As soon as she finished eating, someone outside was calling her. Yang ran to open the door, only to see that it was Li Ronghua. After breaking up with Zhou Wenhua, Li Ronghua became more independent and radiant. Sister Ronghua. Yang, are you going into town later? I have the day off today and I want to go shopping in town. If you're going, we can go together. It's always nice for girls to have company, and Yang just happened to live in Jinghua village. Yes, Yang nodded. But I need to wash my hair first. I'll wait for you. Li Ronghua entered the yard with Yang, and asked curiously, your family's new house is decorated so beautifully, when are you going to move in? Speaking of which, Yang's new house had been finished for a while now. Yang said, we plan to move in at the end of the year. Just in time to celebrate the new year there. Now that it's just been renovated, the smell inside the house is too strong. It's not good for children. Li Ronghua nodded, yes, Yun at your home is still so small. After washing her hair, Yang went to change her clothes. She wore a pink cheongsam. Pink is a color that requires a certain charisma to pull off well. Worn without care, it would overshadow the person. But on Yang, the color seemed to lose its shine. She matched it with a pair of beige high heels, which when walked in, exuded a great sense of vigor. The combination of pink and beige conveys a playful sophistication, balancing both vibrancy and innocence. Li Ronghua enviously said, Yang, every cheongsam of yours looks so good. Yang laughed, if you want, I have more in my wardrobe. You can pick any you like. 80% of her daily outfit was cheongsams. Li Ronghua replied, no, thanks. Cheongsam is not for everyone. It looks good on you but not necessarily on me. Cheongsam is indeed one of the most demanding outfits. It requires not only a good face but also a good figure and charisma. Although she was pretty, she felt unsophisticated when she wore a cheongsam, unlike Yang, who looked naturally graceful. The two took the tram to the city. Now, the business in the restaurant had basically stabilized, so Yang didn't go there often. She mainly managed the accounts on scheduled days, evaluated performance, and occasionally would disguise herself as a customer to test the staff's service attitude. Chapter 608, Shangguan Dehui, the Extraordinary Grandpa Proposing for Marriage. _2. So, upon arriving in the city, Yang immediately went to a newsstand to buy a newspaper. Having quickly scanned it, Yang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no news on the paper about fatalities. It seemed that her eldest brother had successfully evaded a looming disaster. In her past life, after this incident, the entire news industry was in an uproar. The headlines of all major news outlets were about the murder that had taken place in Bottomless Lane. In her master's home, one such piece of news was kept, which Yang had glanced at unintentionally. Because it was the last photo left by her brother before he passed away, her master and his wife neither dared to bring it out to look at, nor had the heart to throw it away. Li Ronghua, standing next to Yang, remarked, Yang, I didn't expect you to like reading the news. Yang folded the newspaper and put it in her backpack. I'm just killing time, there's nothing else to do. By the way, Sister Ronghua, I need to go to the bank next, do you want to come? Li Ronghua nodded, sure, I don't have anything else to do either. The two of them went to the bank where Yang withdrew 100,000 yuan. At that time, if you were to withdraw more than 10,000, you needed to make an appointment 3 days in advance. Yang had made her appointment a few days earlier, so she got her cash quickly. Li Ronghua watched as Yang stuffed the cash into her canvas bag, astonished. Yang, why are you withdrawing so much money? 100,000 yuan. That's a whole bag of it. This was the first time Li Ronghua had ever seen so much money, and it felt surreal. She was even a bit worried about Yang carrying so much cash. What if she got mugged? To buy a house. Yang responded. Buy a house? Li Ronghua asked perplexedly, why would you want to buy a house? Doesn't your family already own one? Investment. Yang slung her backpack over her shoulder. Sister Ronghua, let me tell you, in the future, the real estate prices in Beijing will soar by 10, even 1,000 times, especially for the houses in the city center. Not to mention the city center, even the prices for the houses in Yanjiao, which is next to Beijing, will be speculatively high in the coming years. Unlike now, where buying a house is like buying cabbage. No one even wants to buy one. Really? Li Ronghua walked out with Yang, don't get conned. Isn't it enough to just own a house? What's the point of buying so many? Li Ronghua had seen people hoarding cabbages for winter, but she had never seen anyone hoarding houses. Yang laughed, it's true. Sister Ronghua, when you get home, tell your parents to invest as much money as they can into real estate. Whoever is capable of buying in the city center should buy there. If that's not feasible, buying in the suburbs is also a great bargain. Li Ronghua scratched her head, this seems a little far-fetched. If she asked her parents to invest all of their savings into real estate, they would definitely refuse. Yang carried on, Sister Ronghua, I'm quite serious. If your parents don't want to buy, I suggest you save up and buy one yourself. The government policy is really good now. As long as you have a regular job, you can apply for an interest-free loan from the bank to buy a house. In early 1983, the government had a poverty alleviation policy that offered interest-free loans. With all the bonuses and salary that Li Ronghua gets, she earns 300 yuan a month, which is even more than the salary of a white-collar worker in later years. The price of a bare shell house in the city center of Beijing is more than 300 yuan per square meter. A two-bedroom apartment of 80 square meters would only cost a little over 20,000 yuan. With a loan, there wouldn't be much financial stress for Li Ronghua at the moment. But Li Ronghua shook her head after hearing Yang's words. What? Borrowing money to buy a house? Isn't that asking for trouble? Plus, I don't see the appeal of living in the city. It's like living in a pigeon coop. If I had money, I'd build a big house in the countryside. That would be spacious and comfortable. I could raise chickens if I want to, or ducks if I prefer. City living is so restricting, even having a puppy makes the whole house stink. Yang laughed, Sister Ronghua, the way you're thinking is wrong. The house you buy now will be your marital property. It'll offer you some security, at least providing you with some bargaining power at your in-laws' place. The most important thing for a woman is to have some premarital property, and to be financially independent. Premarital property? Li Ronghua asked, what's the difference between premarital and postmarital property? Although she recognized each individual word uttered by Ni Yang, she couldn't understand the meaning when they were combined. Chapter 609, Not the Usual Grandpa, Shengguan Dehui Who Proposed. 3. Ni Yang said, the difference is significant. Premarital property is your individual property, while postmarital property is shared between you and your spouse. If one day your marriage falls apart, you'll have to split the house you bought after marriage, as well as your salary, in half. But the property you owned before marriage is all yours. So many people suffer from not understanding the law. And, so many women have been swindled by worthless men and left destitute. Li Ronghua continued, why is that? So, you're saying if I save money now, after I get married, I'll have to split it evenly with my partner? Ni Yang nodded, exactly, you could also notarize your premarital property. However, I think the safest bet is to buy a house. After all, a house appreciates in value, while money sitting in a bank is dormant. For example, if 2 yuan can buy a kilo of pork now, perhaps 20 or 30 years later, 2 yuan could only buy a popsicle. If 20,000 yuan can buy a house now, you might not be able to purchase one for 2 million yuan later. You spend 20,000 yuan on a house now, and in the future, it could be worth 2 million, or even more. But if you just store your money in the bank, perhaps later you won't even be able to afford a washroom. Li Ronghua was surprised. Yang, is what you said true or false? Will house prices really rise that fast? Ni Yen gave a faint smile, anything is possible. Anyway, Sister Ronghua, rather than keeping your money in the bank, it's better to buy a house. Li Ronghua responded, but I don't have that much money now. Get a loan. Ni Yang said, the current national policy is so good, and you don't even have to pay interest. But I still have to pay back the principal. Li Ronghua said, I just don't like to borrow money. And she always had a feeling that the whole idea of investing in a house seemed a bit far-fetched. People are not gods. Who can foresee what will happen in 20 or 30 years? Maybe in 30 years, the house can't be sold, is worthless, and she has wasted tens of thousands of yuan for nothing. Ni Yang smiled and said, that's something you'll need to decide for yourself. Yang, are you really going to use 100,000 yuan to buy a house? Li Ronghua continued to ask. Ni Yang nodded. Yang, aren't you afraid of losing money? It's not easy to earn money these days. Although Ni Yang had quite a bit of money, Li Ronghua knew that Ni Yang's money didn't come easily. Ni Yang said, Beijing is a first-tier city, and there will always be people in first-tier cities. Where there are people, there needs to be houses. So, Sister Ronghua, rest assured, this investment is guaranteed to turn a profit. Li Ronghua nodded, as long as you've thought it through, Yang. Honestly, Ni Yang grabbed Li Ronghua's arm, Sister Ronghua, you should buy a place too. Li Ronghua shook her head, I better not. Seeing that Li Ronghua was adamant, Ni Yang stopped persuading her. She went to the sales office, bought 5 houses in one go, and then returned. Sister Ronghua, I've basically finished handling my business. Where would you like to go next? Ni Yang looked at Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua said, let's go and get something to eat, I'm kind of hungry. A new food street has just opened up on Yurtist Road. Okay. Ni Yang nodded. The two arrived at the food street. Just like food streets in later years, the stalls lined both sides of the street, and the food street was crowded with people, practically heel to heel. Ni Yang and Li Ronghua bought some stir-fried rice noodles and grilled meat skewers, found a spot and sat down to eat. Wang Meiying, along with Zhou Xiuzhen and Da Qiangzi's mother, were also on the snack street. Today was a day off, and the factory was closed. Wang Meiying caught sight of Li Ronghua eating and couldn't believe her eyes. How dare she, Li Ronghua, to secretly eat out behind Zhou Wenhua's back? By this point, Li Ronghua hadn't been to the Zhou family for nearly 2 months and hadn't given any money to Zhou Wenhua. Last week, when Zhou Wenhua needed 2 yuan to buy study materials, she had to provide it. When she asked her to give Zhou Wenhua 1,000 yuan, she refused. This Li Ronghua, was she still considering marrying into the Zhou family or not? Wang Meiying hardened her face, putting on the demeanor a mother-in-law should have. Xiuzhen, call Li Ronghua over. Since Da Qiangzi's mother was there, she could see how she would reprimand Li Ronghua. Da Qiangzi has yet to marry a wife. But her son was sought after by others who wanted to marry into her family, giving Wang Meiying an air of superiority in front of Da Qiangzi's mother. Chapter 610, Not Your Average Grandpa, The Proposing Shengguan Dehui. _4. As soon as Zhou Xiuzhen heard the 3 words, Li Ronghua, her eyes immediately lit up. Li Ronghua, where is Li Ronghua? Although Zhou Xiuzhen didn't like Li Ronghua, she liked Li Ronghua's money. Every time she ran into Li Ronghua outside, he would buy her a bunch of food to please her, and then he would even give her spending money. Over there, Wang Meiying nodded with her chin. Zhou Xiuzhen immediately stood up. Wait a second, Wang Meiying continued. What's wrong? Zhou Xiuzhen asked, puzzled. Wang Meiying went on, there's a roasted chicken for sale over there, have Li Ronghua buy 2 roasted chickens. Eat 1 here, and take 1 back for your auntie. Your brother Da Qiangzi loves roasted chicken the most. After all, it was Li Ronghua's money being spent, but it was her face that grew long, so Wang Meiying didn't feel the slightest bit sorry. Zhou Xiuzhen nodded, okay mom, I got it. Da Qiangzi's mother asked curiously, who is this Li Ronghua? Wang Meiying said proudly, he's just the girl who's throwing herself at my son. I bet she's made my son angry, that's why she's come after me to ask me to persuade my son to forgive her. Go to Wuxia World. Sight Da Qiangzi's mother said in surprise, which one? Which one is she? I want to see what this girl who's throwing herself at someone looks like. Wang Meiying pointed toward one direction, look, that one over there. Da Qiangzi's mother stood up and looked in that direction, is it the one wearing the cheongsam? My. That girl is really beautiful. She's so pretty, what could you possibly be unsatisfied with? Hey, why do I feel like I've seen that girl somewhere before? Isn't she the one who was serving noodles in the noodle restaurant last time? Such a beautiful girl, why would she throw herself at Zhou Wenhua? What a waste. Wang Meiying glanced that way, not the one in the cheongsam, the one next to her in the cheongsam. Oh, her. Although Li Ronghua wasn't as pretty as the girl next to her, she was still presentable and stood out among the average maidens and young wives. What a shame she had thrown herself at someone. Da Qiangzi's mother was puzzled, then said, that girl in the cheongsam must be good friends with the one who's throwing herself at your son, right? Probably, Wang Meiying nodded, so young and dressed so flirtatiously, you can tell she's no good. Dressing up in a cheongsam. Does she think she's in a TV drama or something? Da Qiangzi's mother continued, a young girl looking good, with a nice figure, looks good in anything. Wang Meiying took a sip of tea, people's hearts are like their bellies, who knows what kind of person she really is. That Li Ronghua too, really. Hanging out with that kind of person, eating food together, isn't she afraid of losing Wenhua's face? When she comes over, I have to give her a good lecture. Da Qiangzi's mother said, by the way, wasn't there a rumor last time that your Wenhua had found a suitable girlfriend from a matching family? Why is this girl still clinging on to Wenhua? Wang Meiying snorted softly, shameless. Just watch, Da Qiangzi's mom, when she sees me later, just watch how she'll try to please me, asking me to persuade Wenhua to get back together with her. Da Qiangzi's mother nodded. The more Wang Meiying thought about it, the more smug she felt, and she quickly finished a glass of water. Zhou Xiuzhen approached the two. sister-in-law. Ni Yang was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at Li Ronghua. Seeing the Zhou family again made Li Ronghua's complexion change. Before she could speak, Zhou Xiuzhen reached for the roasted chicken leg on the plate. Li Ronghua was so stingy. Hiding here, eating roasted chicken legs all by herself. Was she not afraid of offending her future sister-in-law? She hadn't had meat in such a long time. She was really craving it. Luckily, she ran into Li Ronghua here. Just as Zhou Xiaoshen's hand was reaching for the roasted chicken leg, it was picked up by Li Ronghua, leaving Zhou Xiuzhen grabbing at nothing. She looked at Li Ronghua, puzzled. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Li Ronghua said calmly, I'm not your sister-in-law. I've already broken up with Zhou Wenhua. If you want to eat a roasted chicken leg, let Su Ziqin buy it for you. Zhou Xiuzhen felt as if she had heard the biggest joke. Break up? Li Ronghua would break up with Zhou Wenhua? How could that be possible? Who didn't know how much Li Ronghua loved Zhou Wenhua, to the point of death and life? Li Ronghua, what kind of fit are you throwing? Zhou Xiuzhen couldn't even bother to pretend. Was it my brother who dumped you, and you're angry about it? Don't worry, as long as you have me, your future sister-in-law here, I will definitely persuade my brother to change his mind. Although you're uneducated, not as pretty as Zijin, and from a less distinguished family than Zijin. But after all, you've been with my brother for so many years, if not for contributions then for the hard work. Rest assured, I will definitely speak well of you to my brother and persuade him not to dump you. Now, hand over the roasted chicken leg, I want to eat it. Oh, and I'm out of money, give me some spending money. Chapter 611, Not Your Typical Grandpa, The Proposing Shengguan Dehui. _5. The Zhou family had become accustomed to treating Li Ronghua like a fool. They also took Li Ronghua's contributions for granted. Li Ronghua sneered. So, the older could be bullied by even a 13-year-old child. Apparently, she was even more inferior to a 13-year-old. Li Ronghua's hands, holding the plate, were trembling. Besides anger, there was only anger in her heart. She wasn't sure how to react. Ni Yang gave a slight smile, turning her eyes to Zhou Xiuzhen. Little girl, you're not young either, your understanding should be fine, right? Sister Ronghua has made it so clear, do you still want to bring shame on yourself here? Zhou Xiuzhen, although young, blurted out in her anger, Li Ronghua, the type that throws herself at people and ends up owing them favors, how could she possibly decide to break up with my brother? My brother is a university graduate. She is just an illiterate who only graduated from elementary school. Ni Yang couldn't figure out what kind of family could raise such a child. Though Zhou Xiuzhen was young, every word she uttered was cutting, and extremely unpleasant to hear. Ni Yang wasn't a saint, and she certainly wouldn't hold back on pointing out Zhou Xiaoshen's flaws just because she was young. If you don't prune a young tree, it would not grow straight. A naughty child deserved to be disciplined. Go to Wuxia World. Sight. Ni Yang gave a slight smile, picked up the last chicken leg from the plate and threw it in front of the stray dog beside the table. Little girl, do you see that? Sister Ronghua would rather give this chicken leg to a stray dog than to you. Also, as for your brother, even if he begged Ronghua, she would not even spare him a glance. Watching her beloved chicken leg being thrown away and gulped down by a stray dog in a few bites, Xiuzhen couldn't stand it anymore and burst into tears. If Zhou Xiuzhen had started crying in the past, Li Ronghua would have been terrified and hurried to comfort her immediately. Zhou Xiuzhen exactly had this in mind. As Li Ronghua's future sister-in-law, would Li Ronghua bear to see her cry? Seeing Zhou Xiuzhen crying so sadly, Li Ronghua couldn't help but give her a sympathetic look. When she first met Zhou Xiuzhen, she was only 8 or 9 years old. She had watched Zhou Xiuzhen grow up. Ni Yang patted Li Ronghua's hand. Li Ronghua immediately put away her sympathy. That's right. The Zhou family did not deserve her sympathy at all. Zhou Xiuzhen, crying and looking at Li Ronghua and seeing that she had no reaction, angrily said, "Li Ronghua, you're done for. My mom is here today. I'm going to tell her. I'll make her hate you. I'll make sure you never step foot into our Zhou family's door again. You just wait, you wait and see. Kids are like that. They love to tattle, and they always say, you just wait." Zhou Xiuzhen ran towards Wang Meiying while wiping her tears. Li Ronghua looked at Yang, let's go. In the end, she still lacked the courage to face the Zhou family. Yang held Li Rongyang's hand. "Sister Ronghua, don't run away from what you need to face. Moreover, you are not the one in the wrong in this matter." Zhou Xiuzhen actually ran back crying, which was something Wang Meiying had not expected at all. In her imagination, Li Ronghua should have come to apologize to her humbly, with 2 roasted ducks in her hands. Unexpectedly, Li Ronghua dared to upset Zhou Xiuzhen. Did she still respect her future mother-in-law? Zhou Xiuzhen vilified Li Ronghua while sobbing, "Mom, that bad woman is too much. She threw the chicken leg to a stray dog, not even giving me a bite." Wang Meiying was busy comforting Zhou Xiuzhen. "Xiuzhen, don't cry. I will take you to that wretched girl. I will make her buy 10 roasted chicken legs for you. I will make her apologize to you." "Really?" Zhou Xiuzhen's eyes lit up. Wang Meiying said, "Of course it's true. Would that wretched girl dare not listen to me? Let's go. Then I won't get involved." Daqiang's mother chose to avoid it, as this was someone else's family affair, and it wasn't appropriate for her to intervene. But Wang Meiying, intent on showing Daqiang's mother how she hustles, how awesome her son was, wouldn't let her leave at this point. Wang Meiying pulled Daqiang's mother. "Daqiang's mother, don't leave. Come with me. Let's see how I discipline that wretched girl. You are about to have a future daughter-in-law yourself, you can learn from me how to be a mother-in-law." "Okay then." Daqiang's mother had no choice but to trail after Wang Meiying. The 3 of them walked towards Li Ronghua. Wang Meiying said with satisfaction, "Daqiang's mother, in a while, you can see what a bootlicker that wretched girl is. She'll do anything to be with my cultured son. Even if she were asked to eat shit, she would do it without hesitation." Chapter 612, Not Just Any Grandpa, The Proposing Shengguan Dehui. _6. Li Ronghua is just that low. Who asked for their son to be so capable? Wang Meiying, striding confidently while leading Zhou Xiuzhen, arrived in front of Li Ronghua. She didn't speak. Because she knew, Li Ronghua would definitely have his face set in a frown, take the initiative to call her auntie, and then she would give her a good scolding. Let Daqiang's mom see just how graceful she really is. But what Wang Meiying didn't expect was, Li Ronghua acted as if he didn't see her coming, still chatting and laughing with Yang at his side. So bold. This Li Ronghua is really so bold. How dare he ignore her like this? But Li Ronghua probably wasn't that bold, maybe he just didn't see her coming. Wang Meiying straightened her back and coughed loudly. Now Li Ronghua should have heard, right? Go to Wuxia World. Sight next, she would see Li Ronghua's submissive demeanor. Wang Meiying held her head high, extremely proud of herself. After waiting a little while, Daqiang's mom was starting to feel a bit awkward, but Li Ronghua still had no reaction. Daqiang's mom glanced at Wang Meiying, her eyes extremely complex, making Wang Meiying's face feel a little difficult to sustain. What exactly is going on with Li Ronghua today? Wang Meiying didn't wait any longer and spoke up directly, Li Ronghua, what's with you? Didn't you see Xiuzhen and I coming? Sitting there like a statue. And, what's this about not giving Xiuzhen chicken legs to eat? You better hurry up and apologize to Xiuzhen, and then go buy 10 chicken legs for her. Wang Meiying spoke righteously as if Li Ronghua owed her something. Only then did Li Ronghua stop talking, turning his head to look at Wang Meiying. Lady, do you have any manners at all? Am I familiar with you? You're shouting here like no one else is around. At your age, I would expect better. How can you act so uneducated? Also, the chicken legs I bought, if I want to feed them to a dog, I'll feed them to a dog. Why should I feed them to someone who's worse than a dog? Wang Meiying was dumbfounded. She never expected Li Ronghua to talk to her like this. Is this an illusion? Shouldn't Li Ronghua be apologizing to her on his knees, admitting his fault? What on earth is going on? Daqiangzi's mom was also a bit baffled. This was not what Wang Meiying had described. This girl had spirit and character, how could she seem so desperate? Li Ronghua. Look carefully at who I am. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you still want to be with my son or not? Wang Meiying brought out her last trump card, knowing Li Ronghua couldn't live without Zhou Wenhua. When it comes to Zhou Wenhua, Li Ronghua would do anything shameless. Your son? Li Ronghua scoffed, that freeloader of a son you have, even if he throws himself at me, I wouldn't want him. Since I've bumped into you today, please go back and pass the message to your son, tell him to repay the money as soon as possible. Save me the trouble of finding him at his school, and sparing him some embarrassment. At the last sentence, Li Ronghua glanced nervously at Ni Yang. He saw Ni Yang giving him an encouraging look. Li Ronghua instantly calmed down. Thank goodness Ni Yang was here today, or else he really wouldn't know how to deal with the situation. Wang Meiying's entire face turned white with rage, cursing out loud, you little slut. A cheap tramp who pays her way, when has my son ever owed you money? What on earth is going on with Li Ronghua today? Is he possessed? Wang Meiying was both angry and panicked. Although Zhou Wenhua had told her a month ago that he had broken up with Li Ronghua, Wang Meiying hadn't taken it to heart. In her mind, Li Ronghua surely couldn't bear to leave her son, that's why she was so bold in seeking out Li Ronghua, she hadn't thought. Reality dealt her a heavy blow. Li Ronghua took out an IOU from her bag, just because your son has lived off me for so many years, do you think he doesn't need to repay? Do you see this? It's written here in black and white. Oh right, there's even your son's fingerprint here, if you don't believe it, you can always call the police. Let them handle it. The instant Wang Meiying saw the IOU, she was scared. She was truly scared this time. Of course, she knew Zhou Wenhua had been mooching off Li Ronghua all these years, but she didn't know that Zhou Wenhua had actually written an IOU. When was this IOU written? 1,000 yuan. How could her family repay this? With this thought, Wang Meiying's face stiffened as she sarcastically looked at Li Ronghua. Ronghua, we're all family here. What's all this talk about repaying debts so impersonal? Did you upset Wenhua again? Don't worry, as long as Auntie's here, Wenhua won't dare get mad at you. You're the daughter-in-law I've agreed on in my heart. Come on, give the IOU back to Auntie. I'll keep it safe for you. Chapter 613, Not the Common Grandpa, Shangguan Dehui who proposed. _7 Wang Meiying's face changed as quickly as turning a page in a book. She gave off completely different vibes at the start and at the end. This time, Li Ronghua wouldn't be fooled again, hell no. Who said we're a family? Go back and tell your son, if he doesn't pay back the money, the whole school will know he is a freeloader. Daqiang's mom's face looked particularly interesting. She had thought that Zhou Wenhua was a capable man. That he could even attract young girls to take care of his expenses. Turned out he's just a scam artist. A college student at that. So embarrassing. Daqiang's mom glances at Wang Meiying. Wenhua's mom, I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave and go back first. The surrounding crowd looked interestingly at Wang Meiying while chattering about her. A freeloading man. What a disturbing reputation. Wang Meiying is a face-conscious person, and under this circumstance, all her face was lost. She immediately grabbed onto Zhou Xiuzhen and made their way through the crowd to leave. Go to Wuxia World. sight looking just like a lost dog. Zhou Xiuzhen was still insisting on having roasted chicken legs and had no intention of leaving. Mom, you lied to me. Didn't you say that Li Ronghua would buy me 10 roasted chicken legs? She still didn't understand what was going on. How could Li Ronghua turn hostile just like that? Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Will eating lead you to death? You lazy bum. Wang Meiying slapped Zhou Xiuzhen right across the face. Stunned by the slap, Zhou Xiuzhen covered her face. She didn't even dare to cry out loud and quietly followed behind Wang Meiying. How upset Wang Meiying felt. She didn't gain the upper hand, became a laughing stock in front of Daqiang's mom, and ended up with a debt of 1,000 yuan. When did Li Ronghua, the fool, become so smart? How capable her son is. Just wait for it. Li Ronghua will have regrets one day. Wang Meiying consoled herself inwardly. After Wang Meiying and Zhou Xiuzhen left, Li Ronghua turned to look at Nian. Yang, thanks. I'm really grateful for your help today. The words she used to confront Wang Meiying were taught by Nian. If she had to face Wang Meiying and Zhou Xiuzhen alone, she wouldn't know where to start or what to say. Nian smiled and said, "It's okay. Sister Ronghua, you performed really well today. If you run into them in the future, that's the way to confront them. There's no need to be polite with such people." Li Ronghua nodded. After they finished their meal, they prepared to head back. As they were on their way to the station, a luxurious car came to a stop beside them. The car window was rolled down slowly, revealing a handsome face. It was Wu Daming. Sister-in-law. Wu Daming. Nian looked at him with surprise. Didn't your friend mention you were out of town? How come you're back so soon? Wu Daming responded, I just got back today. By the way, sister-in-law, where are you and this older sister heading to? I can give you a ride. Nian politely declined with a smile, it's okay, we're just going to take the tram back. Wu Daming, anyway, I'm free. If my elder brother finds out that I saw you but let you return by tram, he'll definitely break my legs. Nian gave a slight smile, rest assured, I promise not to tell him. Sister-in-law, just get in. I've got nothing to do today anyway. Wu Daming hopped out of the car and opened the door for Nian. Since Wu Daming had already spoken up to this point, if Nian were to reject his offer further, it would seem like she was being pretentious. Nian and Li Ronghua took a seat in the back. Seeing a bit of dust on the dashboard, Wu Daming turned his head towards Li Ronghua. Could you pass me the duster from the back seat? Li Ronghua reached out, grabbed the duster, and handed it to Wu Daming. Here you go, Grandpa. What? Wu Daming was taken aback and asked, what did you call me? Grandpa. He's in his prime, how can he be a grandpa so soon? Grandpa. You called me older sister, so why can't I call you Grandpa? Li Ronghua looked at Wu Daming. Wu Daming pointed at himself, was so excited that he lost his words. Am I that old? He was still unmarried this year. Am I that old? Li Ronghua glared at him, you actually had the nerve to call me older sister. Wu Daming seemed all right with his decent appearance. And he was so bad at talking. I'm 23 this year. Wu Daming declared his age. Li Ronghua was almost pissed off. A man who was merely a year older than her was calling her older sister. Seeing that the argument was about to escalate, Nian smiled and said, Daming, Sister Ronghua is 22 this year. Wu Daming shrugged, she looks too mature for her age. Nian, now she finally knew why Wu Daming, despite being mature, still couldn't find a girlfriend. This wasn't just some straight talker. This was a straight talker with a drill. Li Ronghua leaned back on the seat, turned her head, and ignored Wu Daming. Wu Daming involuntarily rubbed his head. This woman is really weird. And she's mad now. Whoever marries her will have rotten luck for 100 generations. He knew he shouldn't have saved her that night. As the car sped along the highway, after a while, Wu Daming, as if remembering something, blurted out, "All right, sister-in-law, thanks for the birthday gift." When he received the birthday gift from Ni Yen, Wu Daming was astounded. He never thought that Ni Yen would remember his birthday after he had casually mentioned it that day, let alone buying him the Nikon FM2 camera that he had always wanted. Sister-in-law is indeed his true sister-in-law. Ni Yen laughed and said, "You're welcome. By the way, do you know Brother Mo's birthday?" "Of course." Wu Daming continued, "My elder brother's birthday is on November 14th of the lunar calendar. Are you preparing a gift for him?" Ni Yen nodded, "Promise me to keep it a secret." Wu Daming nodded hastily, I understand. I understand it all." How romantic. In this era, romantic was a popular term. It means to be romantic. At the same time, in a cafe in Beijing, sitting across from Shengguan Dehui were Ni Tsuehua and little Ni Yun. Shengguan Dehui had initially assumed that he would face communication barriers with Ni Tsuehua, considering she had grown up in a village and had never gone to school. But to his surprise, Ni Tsuehua was just as knowledgeable as he was. There was no communication barrier between them at all. Dia. Shengguan Dehui held the prepared red velvet box in his hand hesitatingly and finally broke the silence. "What is it?" Ni Tsuehua looked up at Shengguan Dehui. Shengguan Dehui felt his palms were getting sweaty, and the prepared words slipped from his mind. His breathing started growing dense. "Dia." Ni Tsuehua put down her cup and laughed, "What's up? You can tell me." Shengguan Dehui gritted his teeth, collected all his nervousness, and set the red velvet box in front of Ni Tsuehua. "Dia, please give me a chance to take care of you." Chapter 614, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _1 There was a diamond ring in the red velvet box. Under the light, the diamond ring dazzled with blinding brilliance. Gathering his courage, Shengguan Dehui stood up from the chair and knelt on one knee. "Comrade Dia, Chairman Mao said that any courtship which doesn't lead to marriage is hooliganism. I heard that young people nowadays propose on their knees, so please allow me the opportunity to take care of you." Shengguan Dehui was very nervous, holding the diamond ring, his hand was trembling. Ni Tsuehua was stunned, her mind blank. She had not expected Shengguan Dehui to make such a move. Was he proposing marriage? Ni Tsuehua had never experienced something like this in her life. In her earlier years, she did not even have a decent wedding ceremony. Now she had a surprisingly ceremonious marriage proposal in front of her. Looking at Shengguan Dehui kneeling on the ground, Ni Tsuehua's eyelids turned a bit red. Her heart was beating rapidly. She wasn't made of wood. Through their time together and their meeting in their youth, she had indeed developed unusual affection for Shengguan Dehui. But could she accept Shengguan Dehui's proposal? Go to Wuxia world. Sight she knew that Shengguan Dehui came from a distinguished family, and was a university professor with superior family conditions. But she didn't even have a primary school graduation certificate. The disparity between them was too great. And Ni Yang, she hadn't communicated with him about this. Would Ni Yang agree? Then there was little Ni Yun, he was still so young. Although Shengguan Dehui would accept little Ni Yun, would Shengguan Dehui's family accept her? At Ni Tsuehua's age, it wasn't that if they had love they could be together. She had many issues to consider. For a moment, Ni Tsuehua felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Dia, you should trust in me. I promise to treat you well in the future." Shengguan Dehui seemed to see Ni Tsuehua's hesitation and continued, "As for Yang, she agrees with us being together. As for my family and my children, they absolutely will not interfere with my personal feelings." Madame Shengguan was not an unreasonable person. And both Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi were good children. Shengguan Dehui was confident that he could give Ni Tsuehua a happy life. Upon hearing his words, Ni Tsuihua was startled. Yang, she? Shengguan Dehui continued to explain, I talked to her a month ago. Yang is a good child. She said she hopes you are happy. She does not oppose us being together. Therefore, you should not have any psychological burden, leave all the problems to me. We have already missed the first half of our lives, I do not want to miss the second half as well. Ni Tsuihua didn't expect that Shengguan Dehui had already discussed this matter with Ni Yang. Knowing that Ni Yang did not object, she felt much more relaxed. Shengguan Dehui was a very good man. He treated her well, and was good to both Ni Yang and little Ni Yun. In her youth, Ni Tsuihua didn't know what love felt like. She didn't expect to experience the flavor of love at middle age. However, would the huge difference between them really be no problem? Ni Tsuihua looked at Shengguan Dehui, her hands tightly clasped together, and began speaking seriously. Comrade Shengguan Dehui, do you know my personal situation? Shengguan Dehui didn't react for a moment. Ni Tsuihua continued, I was born in the countryside. I have no education, I haven't even stepped half a foot into a school. A year ago, I couldn't even recognize half a word. Regarding her past, Ni Tsuihua didn't want to hide anything. If it was black, it was black. If it was white, it was white. I know all of it. Shengguan Dehui continued, Daya, during this time together, I haven't felt that there are any language barriers between us. You are a very excellent person, if you were to ask me, it's me who isn't worthy of you. I hope you'll seriously consider our feelings. In life, you only get one shot. If we miss this chance, I fear we may only see each other in the next life. He was not the cowherd, Ni Tsuihua was not the weaver girl, their relationship didn't span across the Milky Way and there were no heavenly laws or the Queen Mother impeding them. With peace and stability in this age, lovers should consummate their love. Ni Tsuihua bit her lip. She was hesitating. She was scared. At this moment, a small white hand reached out and picked up the diamond ring from the velvet box. Mommy, wear it. Ni Yang had previously bought a gold ring for Ni Tsuihua, and little Ni Yun often held it to help Ni Tsuihua wear it, even playing with it as a toy. So, she was familiar with rings. Chapter 6:15, Agreed to be together, visit parents, guests from afar. _2. Ni Tsuihua didn't expect little Ni Yun to suddenly pick up the ring, let alone, that ring was accurately put on her finger. Seeing the ring on Ni Tsuihua's hand, little Ni Yun started to laugh happily. Pretty. Mom, pretty. The happy ones were not only little Ni Yun, but also Shengguan Dehui. He lifted his head and looked at Ni Tsuihua seriously. Comrade Daya, consider this as your agreement. Ni Tsuihua's face turned red for a moment. You should get up first. The restaurant. Ni Tsuihua was about to say that there were many people in the restaurant and it would bother them, but when she looked up, to her surprise, the restaurant was completely empty, except for their table, there were no other guests. Ni Tsuihua was not aware that Shengguan Dehui had booked the entire restaurant for the successful proposal. Shengguan Dehui was overjoyed. He couldn't restrain his inner wild selves and lifted Ni Tsuihua up. Daya. Tell me. I am not dreaming. Ni Tsuihua exclaimed, quickly put me down. Unlike Shengguan Dehui, Ni Tsuihua was always a very conservative person. Even though she had previous experiences in M country, when she was the subject of the situation, she still felt a little embarrassed. Although Beijing was very open at this time and many young couples holding hands could be seen on the street, hugging like this was still quite rare. Fearing to scare her again, Shengguan Dehui let go of her. Comrade Daya, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Ni Tsuihua slipped off the ring. I can't accept this ring for now, it's too valuable. Go to Wuxia World. Sight in the countryside, only when engaged would such a valuable gift be given. She and Shengguan Dehui hadn't met their parents yet. Accepting such a valuable thing from him made Ni Tsuihua a little uneasy. Shangguan Dehui said, keep it. The diamond ring is a promise, a testament, a commemoration, and a witness to our feelings. It's too valuable. Ni Tsuehua was a little hesitant. Shangguan Dehui put the ring back on Ni Kuihua's hand. What's valuable or not, we're going to be family sooner or later anyway. Ni Tsuehua, it hadn't started yet, but she already felt a little overwhelmed by Shangguan Dehui. After eating, Shangguan Dehui took Ni Tsuehua and little Ni Yun to watch a movie. Afterwards, they went to the amusement park. The amusement park at this time didn't have as many amusements as in the later ages. There were only some simple facilities inside, such as slides, seesaws, carousels, etc. Little Ni Yun slid down and climbed up the slide, playing very happily. Ni Tsuehua stood outside the barrier. Yun, be careful. There were many people around, but her hand was quietly held by someone. Ni Tsuehua was initially startled, and then she turned her head to see Shangguan Dehui's face. The three of them played outside until after 5 in the evening when Shangguan Dehui drove Ni Tsuehua home. When Shangguan Dehui returned to the Shangguan family, it was already after 7 in the evening. When he returned, the old lady Shangguan was still sitting in the dining room waiting for him to have dinner. Mom, you don't have to wait for me to come back for dinner in the future. Shangguan Dehui sat down in a good mood. Old lady Shangguan laughed, it's okay, anyway, Mom doesn't have anything to do when she's alone at home. Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Su had their own jobs, and they seldom came home. Even Shangguan Dehui lived in the school most of the time and only came home on weekends. Today happened to be Saturday, so the old lady Shangguan was waiting for Shangguan Dehui to have dinner together. Old lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Dehui. Dehui, what about the thing you told me last time? What happened now? Shangguan Dehui naturally knew what the old lady Shangguan was referring to, nodded and said, we have confirmed our relationship now. Old lady Shangguan was surprised, really? Shangguan Dehui nodded. Old lady Shangguan continued, where's the girl from? What's her name? What's the situation now? Shangguan Dehui said, Mom, you know her too. I do? Old lady Shangguan was stunned. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Old lady Shangguan's face suddenly turned cold. Is it Lin Fang? It's not her. Shangguan Dehui shook his head. Then who could it be? Shangguan Dehui had kept himself clean for years, he never had much contact with any woman. Old lady Shangguan really couldn't guess who it could be. Who is it? Don't keep your mother in suspense. Chapter 6:16, Agreed to be together, meet the parents, guests from afar. _3. It's Daya, Shangguan Dehui answered. Upon hearing this, a momentary silence filled the air. After a short pause, Lady Shangguan asked, Dehui, you're not joking with me, are you? Years ago, Shangguan Dehui had been driven to the brink of madness in his search for Daya, his love at first sight. It was only after Lady Shangguan stepped in, threatening Shangguan Dehui with her life, that he finally agreed to marry Su Fun, who was from a family of equal social standing. After his marriage, Shangguan Dehui had completely changed. Withdrawing his wild habits, he devoted himself to his studies, and successfully completed his postgraduate and doctoral studies, even becoming a professor. So, Lady Shangguan had no particular fondness for Daya, whom she had never met. If it hadn't been for Daya, they, mother and son, might have been driven to a complete break. For a moment, Lady Shangguan even believed that Shangguan Dehui was purposely trying to provoke her. I have indeed found Daya, Shangguan Dehui said with a serious expression. Lady Shangguan put down her chopsticks, even if you have found Daya, so many years have passed. She's probably married by now. You're not considering breaking up her family, are you? Absolutely not. I won't allow it. The Shangguan family is prestigious. Shangguan Dehui is the head of the family, and he can't possibly consider breaking up someone else's family. Mother, don't worry. Like me, Daya is currently single, Shangguan Dehui replied. Go to Wuxia World. Site, really? Lady Shangguan expressed her doubt. Really, Shangguan Dehui nodded. So what's her current situation? Shangguan Dehui went on to say, her name's Ni Tsuehua. She's 37 this year. She divorced her husband a year ago and is now raising 2 children. The elder daughter is 18 years old, the younger is 1 year and 5 months. The younger daughter is that young. So, does she have any connection left with her husband? Lady Shangguan continued to question. You don't need to worry about that. There is no contact between them at all, Shangguan Dehui replied. Lady Shangguan kept her opinions to herself for the time being. What about her family? What do they do? Their background is very clean. They are farmers by birth, and are now running their own business in the city. In this era, being a farmer is the most transparent background. And Lady Shangguan doesn't have any prejudice towards those who run their own business. As long they earn their living honestly and don't indulge in theft or robbery, there's nothing disgraceful about it. Living by their own means is excellent. I just don't know whether Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi would accept a sister who is 20 years younger than them. The main issue is that the child is too young. That means Ni Tsuehua was already divorced from her husband while still in confinement. What on earth must have happened in a family to make a woman decide to divorce while she was still in confinement? And Ni Tsuehua is a woman from the countryside. Shangguan Dehui added, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi are good children. You don't have to worry about them. When did you meet Daya? Lady Shangguan continued her inquiry. A little over a month ago, on the mountain trip. Daya was the one who saved me. What? The words took Lady Shangguan by surprise. Yes, she was the one who saved me, Shangguan Dehui nodded and confirmed. Lady Shangguan said, if that's the case, I won't interfere with your relationship anymore. When you have the time, bring her home so that we can all have a look at her. If she's suitable, you should set the wedding date as soon as possible. Both of you are not getting any younger. Children and grandchildren have their own karma. If she interfered too much, she would only become annoying. As long as the woman's character is better than Lin Fang's, that's good enough. She had already had a fight with Shangguan Dehui over Daya once before. If she made a fuss about it again, she was afraid she might completely lose this son of hers. Shangguan Dehui nodded, all right. I'll discuss it with her. After Ni Tsuehua returned, she immediately told Ni Yang about the proposal. Upon hearing this, Ni Yang hugged Ni Tsuehua, Mom, I want you to be happy. If Uncle Shangguan can bring you happiness, then I will support your relationship. Yang, Ni Tsuehua hugged Ni Yang, choking with emotion, thank you. It must have been the good deeds of her past life that allowed her to have such an understanding daughter like Ni Yang. At dinner, Ni Chengue who was sitting beside Ni Tsuehua was the first to notice the diamond ring on her hand. Mother Ni, are you going to have a good news soon? A blush crawled onto Ni Kuihua's face. Sister Chengue. Ni Chengue laughed and said, what's so embarrassing about getting married? It's a normal thing. When are you planning to hold the wedding banquet? Chapter 617, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _4. At this, Ni Tsuehua became even more embarrassed. Ni Chengue then said, Yang's mom, honestly, you and Shangguan Dehui are perfect for each other. I've known for a long time that you two would get together one day. Perhaps it was truly fate. The first time she saw Shangguan Dehui, she felt he and Ni Tsuehua inexplicably matched very well. Ni Tsuehua said, Sister Chengue, if you come across someone suitable, you can also. Ni Chengue took a sip of her soup. I haven't encountered anyone suitable, right? If there is someone suitable around you, you could also introduce me. She truly considered Ni Tsuehua as a sister, so her words were heartfelt. Ni Tsuehua nodded in agreement. The Shangguan family. The old lady Shengguan was watering the flowers in the garden. Shengguan Furong came over, taking the watering can from her mother's hand. "Mom, what's the matter with you today? In a bad mood?" "No." Old lady Shengguan shook her head in denial. Shengguan Furong continued, "Are you worried about my brother's situation? Go to Wuxia World." Sight. As soon as the words fell, Shengguan Furong added, "Mom, actually Lin Feng is really nice. The incident last time was just a misunderstanding. Why must you stick to it? My brother finally found someone he likes. Why break them up?" These days, Shengguan Furong had met with Lin Feng quite a few times. Her impression of Lin Feng and her daughter was actually quite good. The key was Lin Feng was easy to handle and presentable. She won't bring disgrace to the Shengguan family, nor disgrace to her. Old lady Shengguan glanced at Shengguan Furong. "You should stop thinking about Lin Feng." "Why?" Old lady Shengguan said, "Because your brother already has someone." Shengguan Furong was so startled that the watering can dropped from her hand. "Mom, you're not joking with me, right? My brother has someone so quickly? Who introduced them? How come I didn't hear a thing?" When introducing Lin Feng to Shengguan Dehui, old lady Shengguan had once asked for her opinion. Now this was great. She was completely bypassed. This made Shengguan Furong feel somewhat unable to cope, temporarily. Old lady Shengguan laughed, "Not just you. I also found out yesterday." Shengguan Furong went on to ask, "Who is she? Do I know her? What's her family's situation?" "It's Daya." Old lady Shengguan turned to look at Shengguan Furong. "Furong, Daya has returned." "Daya?" Shengguan Furong asked in disbelief. "Mom, is it that Daya?" Old lady Shengguan nodded. Daya had actually returned. After so many years. Shengguan Furong never dreamed that she would actually see the woman of Shengguan Dehui's dreams, whom he yearned for day and night. Since Daya is back, does that mean Lin Feng has no hope? Shengguan Furong asked. Even if Daya didn't come back, Lin Feng would have no hope. Old lady Shengguan answered, "Furong, if you have time, you should pay more attention to Ziqing and Zijuan." Ziqing and Zijuan are the children of Shengguan Furong. Old lady Shengguan's words were hinting that Shengguan Furong had overstepped her boundaries, but Shengguan Furong was too overwhelmed by the surprise to detect the secondary meaning in old lady Shengguan's words. "Mom, don't worry, Ziqing and Zijuan are behaving well," said Shengguan Furong. "By the way, Mom, what is Daya doing now?" If her memory serves her right, Daya was just a simple country girl all those years ago. Old lady Shengguan said tersely, "She divorced her husband over a year ago and is now raising 2 children. The eldest is 18, the youngest is 1 year and 5 months old. According to Dehui, she seems to be running a business in the city." Since she had agreed to their union, everything else she said now was unnecessary. This news made Shengguan Furong explode in shock. What, she has 2 kids? And she is a small business owner. My goodness! Has my brother gone mad? Shengguan Furong is utterly conscious of her face. The fact that her brother's wife is less than reputable caused her extreme discomfort. A small business owner? Doesn't being a small business owner tarnish her glossy image? What's wrong with being a small business owner? Small business owners also make a living by their own efforts. Furong, it's disappointing, for someone who has received higher education, to have such low level of awareness. And also, children are not burdens. If children are burdens, then what are Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi? Although old lady Shengguan had her reservations about Daya, she made distinctions clear. She did not have anything against the profession of small business owners. Chapter 618, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _5. Self-employed people earn their living with their own skills, they should not be underestimated. When it came to this point, old lady Shengguan continued, the last time your brother went on a mountain trip and encountered danger, it was Daya who saved him. Furong, we Shengguan family members should learn to repay kindness. Repaying kindness means pushing my brother out, Shengguan Furong retorted. This is your brother's own decision, retorted old lady Shengguan. Mom, don't you dislike Daya either? Why suddenly agree to this? Shengguan Furong continued to question. Old lady Shengguan had never met Daya before. But considering the big fuss back then, it would be strange if old lady Shengguan actually liked Daya. She remembered a phrase that old lady Shengguan used to utter, a pretty woman often makes trouble. Old lady Shengguan said, forget the past. Moreover, it's Daya who will live with your brother, not me. Why should I step in? She's already in her later years, how many more can she live? Let the young handle their own affairs. Shengguan Furong continued, but we can't leave matters at that. My brother is your own son, how can you watch him sink into a quagmire? I think Daya is not a good woman. A good woman wouldn't casually divorce her husband. And she even wants us to support her two burdens, how calculating she is. And besides, nothing is as simple as it seems. When my brother went mountain traveling, how could Daya just happen to rescue him? This could be a trap set up by her. Go to Wuxia world. Sight, she's so scheming. Shengguan Furong's teeth itched from hatred. She had seen too many shameless, scheming women. From Daya's actions, it was clear to her that Daya was one of them. Old lady Shengguan remained calm, your brother isn't a fool, he can distinguish good from bad. Don't interfere in this matter. It will only upset your brother. Shengguan Dehui wasn't a fool. She hadn't met Daya in person yet and couldn't make assumptions. Just because she disliked Daya a little, it didn't mean she could simply speculate that Daya was a bad person. Shengguan Furong's face darkened, my brother is bewitched by that woman, there's no way he can see clearly. Old lady Shengguan said, hold your tongue. Other families' sisters-in-law promote harmony, but you love stirring up trouble. Can't you behave a little? Your brother is determined to bring her over. Be careful with your words and actions then. The last sentence carried a hint of a warning. When are they coming over? Shengguan Furong's eyes flickered. Probably next Sunday. Shengguan Furong held on to old lady Shengguan's arm, Mom, at your age and with distinguished guests on the way, let me handle the arrangements. Furong, what are you up to now? Old lady Shengguan looked at Shengguan Furong. Smiling, Shengguan Furong said, Mom, what can I do? What else can I do? I just want to receive the guests properly. We just hired some chefs from F country recently. Let them prepare authentic dishes from F country. Daya is just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world, she probably wouldn't even know how to use a knife and fork. Even if Shengguan Furong doesn't lift a finger, she can make that yokel retreat. As long as Shengguan Furong doesn't go too far, old lady Shengguan won't intervene. The next day, old lady Shengguan came for noodles as usual. Though she was preoccupied, the noodles were still delicious. In fact, she came not only for the noodles but also to see Ni Yang and chat with him. She truly likes Ni Yang. Unfortunately, Ni Yang didn't come to the shop today. In fact, Ni Yang hadn't been in the shop for a long time, when she was finished with the noodles and aimlessly walking on the street. Just then, a bicycle pulled up next to her, old lady. Yang Yang. Old lady Shengguan's face lit up, Yang Yang, where are you going? Ni Yang gave a slight smile, I just came back from the bank and am going to window shop. I plan to buy a dress for my mom. Since he was about to visit the Shengguan family, Ni Yang decided to buy a nice dress for Ni Tsuehua. Chapter 619, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _6. Excitedly, Mrs. Shengguan said, I need to buy some clothes too. Let's go together. Sure. Ni Yang nodded. Ni Yang pushed the cart with Mrs. Shengguan walking alongside her. With concern, Ni Yang said, "Ma'am, you looked a bit off-color earlier, have you been worried about something lately?" Laughing, Mrs. Shengguan shook her head, "What could I possibly worry about? It's just that I've been having some trouble sleeping recently." And there was a bit of anxiety. She was worried that Daya would bring trouble to the Shengguan family for not having good character. After all, what Shengguan Furong said made sense. Why would the person who saved them become Daya? Hearing this, Ni Yang pulled out a blue pill bottle from her bag. "I have these calming pills, just smell them before you sleep and you'll fall asleep immediately, without any dreams. You should try it." "Really?" Mrs. Shengguan was a bit surprised. "Of course." Ni Yang nodded and said with a smile, "Don't you always call me Divine Doctor? Would I ever deceive you?" "Yang, thank you. What a good child Yang is, why couldn't she be her granddaughter?" "You're welcome. Go to Wuxia World." Sight the two arrived at Clothing City. Ni Yang first selected an outfit for Mrs. Shengguan, then picked a trendy but elegant and dignified outfit for Ni Tsuihua, which suits her temperament perfectly. After all, it's their first meeting, she should make a good impression on the elders. Yang, is this outfit for your mom?" Mrs. Shengguan asked. "Yes." Ni Yang nodded. From the outfit that Ni Yang picked, it's clear that her mom must also be a beauty with great temperament, and most importantly, she must have a good character to raise such an excellent daughter as Ni Yang. Sigh. The best daughter-in-law and granddaughter always belong to other people's families. Your mom is really lucky to have such a filial daughter like you. Mrs. Shengguan sighed. With a slight smile, Ni Yang said, "My mom gave me life, without her there's no me. It's only right that I should be filial to her. Filial piety is the most important of all virtues." Mrs. Shengguan nodded. She looked at Ni Yang with full admiration. What good upbringing. Ni Yang's upbringing is really good. After buying the clothes, the two left Clothing City. They happened to run into a middle-aged woman taking her two kids out. "Stop crying. You're bringing us bad luck. Your younger brother is smaller than you, can't you give him a break?" The girl was probably around 10 years old, and the boy was around 7 or 8. "I want new clothes too." The middle-aged woman said, "When your sister can't wear her clothes anymore, then you can." While rubbing her eyes, the little girl said, "Why does my brother get new clothes? Why doesn't my brother have to wear other people's old clothes?" "Because he's your younger brother. And you're his elder sister." The middle-aged woman said fiercely, "You're so big now and still don't understand anything. If you keep this up, watch out, I will hit you." "Mom, I want to eat candied hawthorn." The little boy tugged at the middle-aged woman's hand. The woman's expression softened instantly. All right. Mom will buy it for you." The little girl looked at the boy enviously, but her mother didn't spare her another glance in the end. Watching this scene, Mrs. Shengguan slightly furrowed her brows. Daya wouldn't be that kind of person, would she? Last time when she came to Clothing City, she saw Lin Fang's true colors. Could what she's seeing now be Daya? Mrs. Shengguan was a bit frightened. She had even forgotten that Daya had 2 daughters. With a heavy heart, Mrs. Shengguan returned home. The Ni family. As soon as Ni Yang left, a blonde blue-eyed foreigner arrived at their home. Due to the language barrier, she took quite some time to find Ni Yang's house. The villagers had never seen a foreigner, so now they all gathered in front of the courtyard of Ni's house to watch the excitement. Yang's mom. Yang's mom. Come out. Someone's looking for your daughter Yang. The visitor was none other than Emily's mother, Annie. Although Annie could not speak Chinese, she had the note given to her by Ni Yang. By showing the note to everyone, they all understood. Here we are. Ni Tsuihua came out from the inner room with Xiaoni. Seeing that it was the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Annie, she was a little taken aback. Hello, is Ni Yang at home? Ni Tsuihua was startled at first, then she realized that she could actually understand what Annie was saying. It seemed that her recent study of English was not for nothing. Although Ni Tsuihua could understand, the villagers couldn't, so they were all guessing what Annie was saying. Chapter 620, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _7 Engaging in conversation with a person from M country for the first time, Ni Tsuihua was slightly nervous. She swallowed and said, "Hello. I am Ni Yang's mother. Do you need Ni Yang for something?" Upon hearing this, Annie was thrilled. She had finally met someone who spoke English. The villagers who were watching from the side were also stunned. No one expected that Ni Tsuihua could speak English. Yang's mom is amazing. Yang's mom is really hiding her skills. Oh my god. Yang's mom speaks English so well. Humph. As if you could understand a word of it. The crowd murmured in awe of Ni Tsuihua. Annie grabbed Ni Quihua's hand. "Oh my god. You're Ni Yang's mother? I finally found you. Is Ni Yang at home?" "Ni Yang is not at home right now. Why don't you come in and have a seat?" As she finished, Ni Tsuihua looked around at the other people and switched back to Chinese. "All of you come in and have a seat." The crowd declined politely with laughter. They still had work at home. Go to Wuxia World. Sight they were just there to join in the fun, they didn't dare to stay too long. Accompanied by Ni Tsuihua, Annie entered the confines of the Ni family household, exclaiming, "What a beautiful yard. Does Ni Yang live here?" Although they had not moved to the new place next door yet. Ni Yang kept Ni Chenghui's yard tidy and looking very nice. Flowers were planted in the yard, and there were stone tables and seats under the osmanthus tree, painting a picturesque scene. Ni Tsuihua nodded, made tea, and brought out some snacks for Annie. This was the first time Annie tasted such delicious Chinese food. And drank such fragrant tea. People in M country know very well how to enjoy life and love drinking tea. However, their tea, mostly black tea, is very different from Chinese tea and doesn't taste as good. After all, the Chinese tea ceremony has been passed down for thousands of years. Many say that the Chinese are very barbaric, but the Chinese she met on this trip were all very warm and not as barbaric as rumored. Furthermore, China is developing well, not as backward as she had imagined. Overall, Annie had a very good impression of China. Before long, Ni Yang returned. Annie had seen Ni Yang's photos in Emily's camera before. Upon seeing Ni Yang, she rose from her seat excitedly and said with enthusiasm, "Hello, Ni Yang." Ni Yang remained calm. "I apologize, but may I know who you are?" She felt like she had seen Emily somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Annie continued, "My name is Annie. I am Emily's mother." Then Ni Yang remembered. Emily looked very similar to Annie. No wonder Annie looked familiar. "Hello Auntie, is Emily with you?" Annie shook her head. "No. She didn't come with me. I came alone." Annie would have come earlier, but some matters delayed her, so she only came now. Annie then continued to ask, "Ni Yang, are you the producer of ice jade skin?" "Yes." Ni Yang nodded slightly. Annie excitedly said, "Ni Yang, the effect of your ice jade skin is really good. My friends and I all like to use it very much. Can you sell me a few more sets?" Ni Yang didn't expect Annie to come to buy ice jade skin. This was a surprise. Seems like she didn't give the ice jade skin to the wrong person last time. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Of course. By the way, our factory is just nearby. Would you like me to take you for a visit?" "Really?" Annie was a bit surprised. She just came to buy ice jade skin and didn't expect to have a chance to visit the factory. Ni Yang nodded slightly and made a please gesture, "Please follow me." The factory was 2 rows of low buildings, built behind their new house, but currently one row was still vacant. The production line was small but very organized. Workers wore sterilized suits and gloves. Disinfecting was necessary when entering and leaving the workshop. Including Ni Yang and Annie, everyone had to put on the sterilized suits before they enter. The workshop had only a dozen workers before, but now it had expanded to 20. The daily production volume was around 6,000 bottles. Ni Yang introduced everything to Annie in fluent English. Annie was stunned. She could hardly believe that China's technology had reached such an incredible level. After leaving the factory, Annie suddenly had an audacious idea. Chapter 621, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _8 She wants to distribute Ni Yang's products. She plans to introduce Bing Jiu Fu to M country. Such an excellent product would surely be welcomed with open arms in M country. Yet, she still needs to test the market back home. If successful, she would discuss possible cooperation with Ni Yang. With this in mind, Annie proposed, Ni Yang, could you sell me 30 of these gift box sets? Upon arriving in China, Annie conducted a small survey and found out that the gift box version of Bing Jiu Fu was a limited edition. Each store could only have a maximum of 200 boxes per month, far below the demand. Therefore, she felt somewhat apprehensive when suggesting buying 30 boxes. Though Bing Jiu Fu was a limited edition, it wouldn't impact the domestic market as Annie intended to introduce it to M country. Additionally, Ni Yang intended to bring Bing Jiu Fu to an overseas market, so he agreed and said, sure. That's wonderful. Annie excitedly embraced Ni Yang, thank you. The gift box version of Bing Jiu Fu was priced at 268 yuan, about $40, per set. 30 of these sets would cost 8,040 yuan, about $1,220. Because Annie had traveled from afar, Ni Yang even gave her a 10% discount, assuring her that all her future purchases would come with this discount. Of course, Annie was thrilled to enjoy these savings, considering even money couldn't guarantee you this part. Having received her 30 Bing Jiu Fu sets, Annie returned to her country on the overnight flight. Sunday. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. C0 Ni Yang had a free day today and got up early to accompany Ni Tsuhua to visit the Shengguan family. Soon after they finished breakfast, Shengguan Dehui came to pick them up. Although Ni Tsuhua had already been married once, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She had all sorts of worries. Worrying about meeting a terrible mother-in-law like Mrs. Mu. Furthermore, Shengguan Dehui had a son and a daughter. Would his kids accept her? Could they peacefully coexist with Ni Yang and little Ni Yun? Ni Yang held Ni Quihua's hand and whispered, Mom, don't worry. Uncle Shengguan is a good man, his family can't be too bad. Ni Tsuhua nodded. Reassured by Ni Yang, Ni Tsuhua immediately felt more relaxed. At the Shengguan residence. Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi were sitting on the couch. Su Lian and Mrs. Shengguan were chatting. Shengguan Furong was teasing her pet pug. Shengguan Shi looked curiously at Shengguan Furong, Aunt, have you met Aunt Daya? How is she? Shengguan Furong smiled, if your father has taken a liking to her, she can't be bad. She was ready for anything, even if it meant becoming a laughingstock. How absurd, a country bumpkin also thinks she can join the Shengguan family. Shengguan Shi nodded, oh. Shengguan Furong continued, I heard that your Aunt Daya has a 1-year-old child. Are you excited or not, Shi, about having a little sister? A 1-year-old baby must be cute. Shengguan Shi loved children, my good friend has a 1-year-old sister too, and she's so adorable. Shengguan Shi was talking about little Ni Yun. She had seen little Ni Yun at Ni Yang's noodle shop and really liked her. Shengguan Furong went on vibrantly, your Aunt Daya is from the countryside. How could she compare with your friend? Have you seen rural children before? Dark and crying frequently, always drooling, with bubbly snot on their noses. How many rural kids can be good-looking? Xianxia felt shivers down her spine listening to this. Ah. Really? Of course, aren't all rural children like that? Xianxia continued, just let me tell you, you have to be mentally prepared. You can't dislike your Aunt Daya and future little sister, or else your father will definitely be angry at you. Chapter 622, Slapping Xianxia _1 Xianxia initially held great expectations for Daya, whom she had not yet met, and her future little sister. Being told this by Xianxia, her heart ached terribly. She was a little bit of a neat freak. Aunt, I think you might be exaggerating a bit? Xianxia frowned slightly. Xianxia chuckled, exaggerating? Wait until you see her in person, not everyone can be like your Aunt Lin Fang. Beautiful with a career. I'm just giving you a heads up, so you will be prepared. To save you from shocking our esteemed guest later. Su Lian was drinking her tea. Upon hearing this, she set down her cup and chimed in, you can't judge a book by its cover. Lin Fang may shine, but her character is lacking. True beauty lies within the soul. Xiaoxi, don't overthink things, you should trust your father's tastes. Su Lian was also curious as to what kind of woman this Daya was that Xianxia Dehui would pine for her for so long. Back when her sister Su Fan married Xianxia Dehui, Su Lian was completely against it. Because Xianxia Dehui did not love Su Fan. But the younger Su Lian had fallen in love with Xianxia Dehui at first sight and was determined to marry only him. Because of pressure from Lady Xianxia Dehui was reluctantly forced to marry Su Fan. Fortunately, after their marriage, Xianxia Dehui changed for the better, their marital life was harmonious. Sadly, Su Fan was not fortunate. 2 years after being married to Xianxia Dehui, she passed away. Since then Xianxia Dehui never remarried. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. S0 Su Lian knows that Xianxia Dehui still had Daya in his heart. But she never blamed Xianxia Dehui. Because Xianxia Dehui had fulfilled his responsibility towards Su Fan. And raised their 2 children to adulthood. It was about time he found his own happiness. After so many years, it was fate that Xianxia Dehui and Daya could meet again. If not, it would imply that Daya was a rather scheming person. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered each other again after so many years. As aunt of Xianxia Su and Xianxia Shi, Su Lian would never allow a cunning woman to become their stepmother. But she has not met Daya yet, so it wasn't right to jump to conclusions. Hearing Su Lian speak like this, Xianxia Shi felt a little better, but she was still nervous. If her little sister turned out to be a sloppy kid with a runny nose hanging from her face, she really couldn't stand it. Xianxia laughed and said, Sister Su Lian, you are right, inner beauty is the most beautiful. Daya's heart must be beautiful, otherwise, my brother would not have liked her. After all, my brother is a college professor, and Daya is an illiterate peasant woman who's been herding cattle since she was a child, yet has 2 children of her own. The youngest one had been divorced while she was still in her confinement period after childbirth. Such a person must have a beautiful soul. These words seemed to praise Daya. In fact, they were derogatory. How could a good woman be divorced from her husband during her confinement period? How could an illiterate rural woman be worthy of her brother? After speaking, Xianxia turned to Xianxia Shi, Xiaoxi, you young people always value common language, don't you? I think your dad and your Aunt Daya must have a lot in common. Xianxia Shi opened her mouth, not knowing how to respond to Xianxia. The gap between Aunt Daya and her dad was too big. How could these 2 people possibly have a common language? That was terrifying. Brother. Xianxia Shi nudged Xianxia Su. He put down the newspaper in his hand. What is it? What's your take on this? As long as Dad is happy. Of course, a good match is also important. He is a bank president, how could his mother be an illiterate who cannot appear in public? It wouldn't sound good if word got out. If Aunt Daya was really uncouth, he wouldn't mind if his father kept her on the side. At this the worry in Shangguan Furong's heart subsided. It seemed that Shangguan Su also was not satisfied with this Daya. That was great. Lady Shangguan glanced at everyone. She had a plan in mind. The car was fast and soon arrived at the Shangguan residence. The Shangguan mansion was very luxurious, but it was nothing to Ni Tsuehua, who had seen private jets and castles in M country. If Ni Tsuehua were still the Ni Tsuehua who had just arrived in the city a year ago, she would have been stunned by now. Chapter 623, Slapping Shangguan Furong _2. But now, Ni Tsuehua, beautiful and gracious, her whole body exuding a confident aura, stood with Shangguan Dehui, making Shangguan Dehui seem somewhat mature in comparison. So, broadening one's horizons is indeed a very important thing. Shangguan Dehui, with little Ni Yun in his arms, led Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang towards the inside. They encountered many servants greeting them along the way. Although Ni Yang knew that Shangguan Dehui was not an ordinary person, she never thought that the Shangguan family was that rich. They crossed the magnificent front hall and arrived in the living room. As soon as they heard footsteps, the others in the living room seemed somewhat impatient. However, Shangguan Furong was exceptionally calm, petting the pug in her arms with a smile at the corner of her mouth. That Daya is a coarse and vulgar rural woman, wasn't she? Why should they have any expectations for her? Shangguan Su was also calm, flipping through the newspaper in his hand with a half-hearted expression on his face. This way, Shangguan Dehui motioned with one hand while holding little Ni Yun. Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang followed him in. Seeing Ni Yang enter, both Madame Shangguan and Shangguan Shi were stunned. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. So was Ni Yang here too? They were taken aback for a moment. Until Shangguan Dehui said, Mom. Sister, Furong, Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxi, this is Daya. This is Daya's daughter Ni Yang, and this is Daya's youngest daughter Ni Yun. Upon hearing the name Ni Yang, Shangguan Su froze. Was he hallucinating? He looked up and was even more astonished. He never expected that Ni Yang was Daya's daughter. Was he dreaming? Similarly, Madame Shangguan and Shangguan Shi were stunned too. Oh my God! Oh my God! What was going on? Yang, you are Aunt Daya's daughter? Shangguan Shi stood up, walked over to Ni Yang and held her hand. Cici? Ni Yang was also very surprised. Shangguan Shi laughed and said, he's my dad. Ni Yang had never imagined that Shangguan Dehui and Shangguan Shi were father and daughter. By this logic, Madame Shangguan and Shangguan Dehui were mother and son. This was too much of a coincidence. Madame Shangguan also stood up from her surprise. Yang. Madam. Ni Yang greeted with a smile. Madame Shangguan laughed and said, what madam? Too formal. You should call me grandma. She had always wanted a granddaughter as sensible and capable as Ni Yang, and she hadn't expected her dream to become a reality today. Shangguan Dehui looked at Shangguan Shi and Madame Shangguan, then at Ni Yang, and said incredulously, Mom, Cici, you know Yang? Madame Shangguan nodded repeatedly, we do know each other. Not only that, but Yang also saved me. Shangguan Dehui was somewhat confused about what was going on. Madame Shangguan explained what happened the day she fainted on the streets of Beijing. So the person who saved my mom was you, Yang. Thank you so much. Madame Shangguan was old, and her heart wasn't very good either. If Ni Yang hadn't come to rescue her in time, they probably wouldn't be seeing Madame Shangguan by now. Shangguan Dehui had initially been worried about whether Madame Shangguan and Ni Yang and her mother could accept each other, but he hadn't expected that they already had this connection. Dehui, is this Daya? Madame Shangguan looked at Ni Tsuehua, next to Shangguan Dehui. Ni Tsuehua smiled and said, Auntie, I am Daya. Ni Tsuehua was not as Madame Shengguan had imagined her. Madame Shengguan thought Daya should be a heavily made-up vixen, otherwise she wouldn't have occupied Shengguan Dihui's thoughts for so long. But the Daya in front of her was elegant and dignified, beautiful with her own aura, and Madame Shengguan liked her at once. No wonder Ni Yang was so beautiful, she had a beautiful mother. And Ni Yang was so outstanding. If Ni Tsuehua were a person of poor character, she wouldn't have raised Ni Yang so well. For a moment, Madame Shengguan was delighted with Ni Tsuehua. Good, good. Madame Shengguan held Ni Kuihua's hand. Come sit here, this must be little Yunyun, right? Come, let me hold her. Ah, this child is so beautiful. Madame Shengguan took over little Ni Yun from Shengguan Dihui. Yunyun, call her grandma. Shengguan Dihui said. Grandma. Little Ni Yun was very sweet and not fearful of strangers, which made Madame Shengguan very happy. Shengguan Furong watched the scene before her, suddenly bewildered. Chapter 624, Slapping Shengguan Furong 3. What just happened? Isn't it that Madame Shengguan doesn't like Daya? Why is she so warm toward Daya? And also, wasn't Daya just an unsophisticated hick? Why is she dressed so respectfully? The youngest child is also pleasantly chubby, and doesn't have snot bubbles on his nose like the typical rural kid. What on earth is going on? And Daya's oldest daughter, she is just too attractive. She doesn't look like she came from the countryside at all. The worst part is that all three of them do not show any kind of familiarity toward me. Not at all like Lin Fang, who came and showered me with extravagant gifts. If these three really become part of the family, will I still have a say in the Shengguan family? The more Shengguan Furong thinks about it, the more unhappy she becomes. Luckily, she has a backup plan. Source, updated on. So it will be their turn to be embarrassed soon. Shengguan Dihui brought Ni Tsuehua to Su Lian and Shengguan Furong. Daya, let me introduce you, this is my sister, also the aunt of Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi, and this is my sister Furong. Ni Tsuehua has known of the existence of Su Lian for quite some time, so she wasn't surprised. The fact that Shengguan Dihui has cherished and respected Su Lian for so long after the death of his first wife just proves that Shengguan Dihui is a good man, compassionate and righteous. Sister, Furong. Su Lian's first impression of Ni Tsuehua was quite positive. Unlike the last time with Lin Fang, who clearly demonstrated her vulgar manners, Tsuehua maintained her elegant behavior as soon as she entered. There was absolutely nothing wrong with her conduct. Daya, nice to meet you. Su Lian stood up and initiated a handshake with Ni Tsuehua. Although Shengguan Furong is indignant with Ni Tsuehua, she didn't like to embarrass people on the spot. Besides, this person is a woman who holds a special place in Shengguan Dihui's heart. Pissing off Shengguan Dihui directly wouldn't benefit her in any way. After all, she still has a trump card at hand. She can't wait to see this rustic woman be embarrassed. Hello. Shengguan Dihui then said, this is my son Shengguan Su, this is my daughter Shengguan Shi. You can call them Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi. Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi stood up from the sofa and greeted her proactively, hello, Aunt Daya. Hello. Looking at Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi, Shengguan Dihui said, no need to introduce Yang Yang to you two, you already know each other. No need, no need. Shengguan Shi interlaced her arm with Ni Yang's, laughing, Yang Yang and I are already acquainted. Yang Yang, may I give you a tour around our house now? Shengguan Shi was absolutely thrilled. She never thought that her future sister would be Ni Yang and little Ni Yun. This is a perfect example of birds of a feather flocking together. Sure. Ni Yang nodded. Brother, would you like to join us? Shengguan Shi casually asked Shengguan Su. Unexpectedly, Shengguan Su actually put down the newspaper, saying, okay. Shengguan Shi was taken aback for a moment, but didn't say anything further. Want sister? Little Yun reached out towards Yang. Would it be fine if sis she holds you? Shengguan she reached out for little Yun. Little Yun seriously considered this, then nodded, okay. Yun is such a good child. Shengguan she picked him up and planted a big kiss on his cheek. The group started to head towards the garden, and Madame Shengguan warned, be careful when you play and don't let Yun get hurt. Got it, Grandma. Shengguan Furong, with an iron face, watched Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi, her nephew and niece. Are they still her own flesh and blood? Being so kind to a stranger. Especially Shengguan Su, initially, he was discontented with Daya and her family, but then his attitude changed just like that. Shengguan Su disappointed her big time. While the group was chatting, Su Lian laughed and said, Daya, your skin is so well maintained. What skincare products do you use? Ni Tsuhua said, I use Bing Ji Yu Fu at home. Oh, I also brought a set for you and Furong. Ni Tsuhua took out the gift boxes of Bing Ji Yu Fu products and handed them to Su Lian and Shengguan Furong. Thank you. Su Lian accepted the gift box with both hands and gave Ni Tsuhua a red envelope in return. Ni Tsuhua immediately refused. Shengguan Dehui intervened at the side, since it's a gift from sister, you should accept it. It's not just a red envelope. It's also Su Lian's validation of Ni Tsuhua. Seeing Su Lian's satisfaction with Ni Tsuhua made Shengguan Dehui very happy. Thank you, sister. Ni Tsuhua accepted the red envelope. Holding the gift box of Bing Ji Yu Fu in her hands, Shengguan Furong said, I've been using Bing Ji Yu Fu's limited edition gift box recently and am their premium member. But how come I've never seen this packaging before? What's inside? Seaweed mask. Rose essential oil? I have never seen these products before. Chapter 625, Slapping Shengguan Furong _4. Is this the genuine product? Can someone like Ni Tsuhua, a rural woman, afford ice skin jade complexion? Keep in mind, a set of genuine ice skin jade complexion costs over 200 yuan. I am not sure if Ni Tsuhua can even earn that much in a year. Ni Tsuhua explained with a smile, this is a new model that was just released in September. It hasn't hit the market yet, and probably will be officially on sale in about 3 days. It's also a limited edition. Since it's a gift, it's natural to give something that people can't buy on the market, especially since their family is the manufacturer of ice skin jade complexion. To give common products as gifts wouldn't show sincerity. So, Ni Tsuhua chose the newly launched model. This new model contains high-grade rose essential oil, which is extremely valuable. Only 125 grams of rose essential oil can be extracted from a ton of roses. Therefore, this limited edition of ice skin jade complexion in new packaging is super expensive. Ni Yang's price is 580 yuan per set, and each store is limited to 30 sets per month. A new model released in September? Upon hearing this, Shengguan Furong had a mocking look in her eyes. This rural woman certainly knows how to boast. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. She even tries to fool her with this counterfeit product. Does she think Shengguan Furong is some poor, gullible relative from the countryside? That's hilarious. Shengguan Furong placed the gift box on the coffee table. I dare not accept such a valuable gift. Moreover, my skin is very sensitive. I've heard that there are many counterfeits on the market now, and my skin is particularly prone to allergies, so please keep this ice skin jade complexion for yourself. Ni Tsuhua responded with a faint smile, don't worry, Furong, this is definitely the genuine product. Shengguan Furong replied, Daya, don't be offended by my frankness, but there are many swindlers these days. You are a country woman who just came to the city, so I'm worried you might have been conned. Furong. Madame Shengguan warned Furong with a look, then turned to Ni Tsuhua. Daya, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just not recognizing the value of a golden jade. If she doesn't want it, I'll take it. My skin could use some maintenance too. Daya, you wouldn't mind giving it to me, would you? Cuihua isn't silly, she knew that Shangguan Furong didn't like her. If Shangguan Furong chose to be ungrateful, then she shouldn't bother to be so eager to please her. Of course not, if Auntie likes it, then it's yours. Dahui brings out another red gift box. Mom, Daya also prepared a gift for you. What is it? Madame Shangguan took the box. Cuihua said, it's a wild ginseng. Yang Yang found it while picking herbs on the mountain. Yang Yang said that stewed soup with this wild ginseng can soothe the mind, calm the spirit, stop palpitations, exorcise evil, brighten eyes, and improve wisdom. It's particularly good for the elderly. Under Yang Yang's guidance, Cuihua had learned a little bit about medicine. Madame Shangguan was quite happy. Yang Yang is truly a good girl. Daya, you are lucky to have such an excellent granddaughter. That's also true for me, being so fortunate to have such an outstanding granddaughter. For Madame Shangguan, it was like a dream come true. On the side, Furong was so angry that she almost pulled out Peach Blossom's fur. In reaction to Furong's annoyance, Peach Blossom jumped off her and ran away without looking back. Her mother is really dense. How did she get tricked by a rural woman? Wild ginseng? To her eyes, it's just a white radish. If she has to accept this rustic woman as her sister-in-law, she would refuse even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times over. Shangguan Furong covered her mouth, feigning surprise. One can dig wild ginseng on the mountain? Which mountain? Could you please tell me so I can also go and dig up a basket to give to others? Shangguan Furong indeed intended to embarrass Cuihua. Cuihua was just a country bumpkin. Furong was curious about how Cuihua would respond. Cuihua replied with a smile, ginseng is incredibly spiritual. Only those with pure intentions will find it. Also, they burrow down to escape when being dug up, so people often tie a red string around them before digging. It's not something anyone can just dig up. If you want to dig up a basketful, Furong, it might be a bit difficult. Shangguan Furong's face turned slightly white. She's a smart woman. How could she not understand the sarcasm in Cuihua's words? Chapter 626, Slapping Shangguan Furong _5. She underestimated this rural woman. What angered Shangguan Furong more was the attitude of Shangguan Dahui and the Shangguan matriarch. One was her real mother, and one was her real brother. They did nothing as they watched her being mocked. The Shangguan matriarch wasn't angry at all, in fact, she was delighted with Cuihua's response. As a daughter-in-law of the Shangguan family, she should indeed be more dominating. A submissive attitude was not in line with the Shangguan family's style. This was how she could shoulder the heavy responsibility of a household's matriarch. Excellent. Excellent. She had misunderstood Daya before. Su Lian was also very pleased with Cuihua. Seeing that no one was coming to her aid, Shangguan Furong stood up from the couch. You guys chat, I'll check on the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, Shangguan Furong specifically ordered the chef to change all of today's dining procedures to Western style. Source, updated on. Ko in the living room, Cuihua, the Shangguan matriarch, and Su Lian were chatting harmoniously. Their exchanges were barrier-free. Shangguan she took Yang and little Yun around the house. She had even figured out that she wanted to leave that room for Yang and little Yun as their bedroom. Although little Yun was only 1 year old, she weighed 30 pounds because of her sufficient nutrition and was so chubby that her arms were ringed. Shangguan she couldn't carry her after a while, so she let Shangguan Su hold her. Luckily, little Yun also liked this big brother very much. He carried little Yun, running back and forth behind them. Maybe on account of being a leader for a long time, Shangguan Su was somewhat serious and didn't really like children, but today, he was amused by little N.I. several times. The truth was, Shangguan Su didn't want to laugh in his heart. But he couldn't help it. Lunch started punctually at 11:30. Shangguan Furong led everyone to the dining room with a beaming smile. The thought of N.I. Tsuehua making a fool of herself made her feel very delighted. "Come, Sister Daya, please have a seat." Shangguan Furong pulled N.I. Tsuehua to sit down. Shangguan Shi smiled and pulled out a chair for N.I. Yang. "Come Yang Yang, sit with me here. Let me hold Yun Yun, oh, how I love little Yun Yun." The Shangguan matriarch took little N.I. Yun from N.I. Tsuehua. After everyone was seated, the servants began to set the tableware. Soon after, the F country chef brought out the delicately cooked Western food. Shangguan Furong graciously tucked the napkin into her collar. "Sister Daya, this Western food was specially prepared to welcome you, made by the F country chef I invited to our home. Please, eat up, don't hesitate." As soon as she finished saying this, a servant put a bowl of lemon water in front of everyone, and the lemon water even had a few mint leaves floating in it. Shangguan Furong was waiting to see N.I. Tsuehua make a fool of herself. She wondered if N.I. Tsuehua would mistakenly drink this lemon water. Shangguan Furong had seen quite a few people ignorant of how to eat Western food and embarrass themselves in this way. If N.I. Tsuehua did the same today, her first time meeting the parents, the Shangguan matriarch would be furious. The future daughter-in-law of the Shangguan family, not knowing Western dining etiquette, and if this news got out, wouldn't it humiliate the Shangguan matriarch? At that time, N.I. Tsuehua would certainly be swept out of the door by the Shangguan matriarch. Just like the treatment of Lin Fang and her daughter. Knowing Shangguan Furong was waiting to see her make a fool of herself, N.I. Tsuehua was in no hurry. Coolly she tucked the napkin into her collar, then reached her hand into the silver bowl, slowly washing her hands. She had eaten so much Western food in M country and got sick of it. How could N.I. Tsuehua possibly not know Western dining etiquette? In addition to this, N.I. Yang used to take her to various Japanese restaurants, Western-style restaurants, and H countries' cuisines when they were in their home country. After washing her hands, N.I. Tsuehua picked up the knife and fork, elegantly cut a small piece of steak, and put it in her mouth to chew slowly. The whole process was graceful and charming. How was this like a naive rustic woman? Shangguan Furong's smile became forced. Her carefully prepared F-country banquet intended to make N.I. Tsuehua embarrass herself failed, instead N.I. Tsuehua was extremely graceful. Then look at N.I. Yang. Even though she was young, her manner of eating was very appealing, even more generous than bona fide socialite. Each of her expressions seemed especially attractive. Sitting next to Shangguan Shi, who was born in an illustrious family, it made Shangguan Shi seem rather ordinary. Even little N.I. Yun, who was only a year old, knew to hold a fork in her left hand and a knife in her right hand. A group of country folks, how did they learn to eat Western food? Watching all this transpire before her eyes, Shangguan Furong suddenly felt like she had shot herself in the foot. Chapter 627, Slapping Shangguan Furong _6. It's so unbearable. It's just too unbearable. Shangguan Furong squinted her eyes. No, this won't do. She couldn't just give up this easily, so what if N.I. Tsuehua has had Western food? Has she ever eaten snails? Snails require special tools to eat, you can't just take the meat out with a fork and knife. Shangguan Furong composed herself and pushed the plate of agate snails towards N.I. Tsuehua. This steak is not seasoned well enough, Daya, try these snails. Generally, country folks haven't eaten snails, perhaps N.I. Tsuehua will be taken aback. N.I. Tsuehua smiled slightly, put down her fork and knife, picked up the special utensil for eating snails, elegantly picked up a snail, removed the meat from the shell, cut it piece by piece, dipped a tiny bit of wasabi on it, and put it in her mouth. The taste is quite good. Shangguan Furong was completely defeated this time. She sat in the chair, face pale as a sheet. After finishing the meal and staying at the Shangguan family's house for a while, N.I. Tsuehua proposed to leave in the afternoon. It wasn't good to stay too long on the first day of visiting the Shengguan family. Source, updated on NOVG 0. C0, You are leaving already? Shengguan's old madam, holding little Ni Yun, said unwillingly. Ni Tsuhua said, Auntie, it's getting late. We should go home. Don't forget to bring Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi to our house when you have time. Shengguan's old madam nodded repeatedly, of course. Ni Tsuhua continued, and Sister Su Lian and Sister Furong, you must remember to visit too. Even though Ni Tsuehua didn't like Shengguan Furong much, she had to be courteous at appropriate times. In the end, apart from Shengguan Furong, everyone in the Shengguan family was very nice. Su Lian nodded with a smile, we will definitely disturb you at that time. Shengguan Dehui escorted Ni Tsuehua home. Watching their retreating figures, a gratified smile appeared on Shengguan's old madam's face. Shengguan Furong said, Mother, it seems you are quite satisfied with Daya. Shengguan's old madam replied with a beaming smile, Daya is beautiful, well-tempered, and filial. Of course, I am satisfied. I can't wait for your brother to marry her immediately. Shengguan Furong took a deep breath, Mother, don't you think Daya is very cunning? Shengguan's old madam shook her head, Furong, it's you who has a problem, so it seems to you that others have problems when you look at them. Daya is good, she's precisely the daughter-in-law I want. No, she's even better than that. The old lady now has no complaints about Ni Tsuehua. She even felt very fortunate that Shengguan Dehui could meet Ni Tsuehua within his lifetime. What about you? Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxi, do you like Daya too? Shengguan Furong turned her head to look at Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi. Shengguan 11 said, Auntie Daya is a very nice person. Aunt Furong, how can you talk about her like that? Shengguan Su agreed with a nod, I also think Auntie Daya and Dad are a good match. Shengguan Furong continued, our Shengguan family is very wealthy, it's inevitable that some people with ulterior motives would deliberately get close to your dad, intending to seize the wealth of the Shengguan family. You two silly kids, don't be sold off by someone and even help them count the money. At the end, disappointment filled Shengguan Furong's face. I think Daya is not that kind of person. Su Lian said, the eyes are the window to the soul, there is no greed in Daya's eyes. Shengguan Shi laughed and held Shengguan Furong's hand, Aunt is right. Aunt Furong, you can relax. I've known Yang Yang for a long time now, I believe they are not that kind of people. Being sisters with Ni Yang is truly her honor. Shengguan Furong felt that Su Lian came intentionally to stir up trouble. Lin Fang was so outstanding, yet she didn't approve, instead favoring a rural woman. Shengguan Furong looked at Shengguan Su, Xiaoxiu, didn't you say before that the person who is with your dad should be from a well-matched family? Daya is just a small-time noodle seller, do you think she is good enough for your dad? Shengguan Su frowned, Aunt, you must be mistaken. I remember saying that I respect my dad's choices. And being a small business owner doesn't mean she's unworthy, I believe we should not discriminate against different professions. Shengguan Su spoke resolutely, as if he wasn't the one who disdained Daya as a coarse and uncultured rural woman in the morning. Shengguan Furong was shaking with anger. She had only the family's best interest in mind, but no one in the family understood her. Chapter 628, Slapping Shengguan Furong 7 Even good intentions are treated with contempt. Lady Shengguan looked at Shengguan Furong, Furong, come with me for a moment. A light flickered in Shengguan Furong's eyes. It was clear that Lady Shengguan had something to say to her, but the presence of many people made it difficult for her to speak. Perhaps she too dislikes Daya. Her behavior just now was probably just a pretense. Shengguan Furong followed Lady Shengguan's footsteps, filled with joy. The two of them entered the study. Furong, you dislike Daya, don't you? You feel that she doesn't take you seriously? Lady Shengguan was her mother and knew her better than anyone else. Shengguan Furong was simply too dominant, wanting to take charge of everything herself. Even after her marriage, she still wanted to meddle with her family's affairs. If her sister-in-law were sharper and more capable than she, then she would become uncomfortable and feel as though she had lost her place at home. Not only did Shengguan Furong wish to control the affairs of her family, but she had also taken complete control of her husband's family. For instance, if she wanted her husband to wear a blue outfit that day, then he could not wear red. Source: updated on Wuxia World. Site. So he must also like whatever food she enjoyed. If he liked a particular food and she didn't, she wouldn't even let him touch it. Both inside and outside the house, everything was well organized under her arrangement. Anyone who dared to defy her would immediately be met with a change of her face. She had a good heart, but was too domineering in dealing with matters, sometimes to an extreme extent. Shengguan Furong declared, "She has never taken me seriously in the first place. Respect is mutual. You have never shown her respect, so how can you expect her to respect you?" Lady Shengguan retorted. Shengguan Furong retorted, "Mom, after all, am I your daughter or is she your daughter?" Ni Tsuihua was nothing more than a village woman. The fact that she dignified herself to sit at the same table with Ni Tsuihua for dinner was more than enough to give Ni Tsuihua face. Lady Shengguan continued, "Furong, if you continue with this attitude, I'm going to say something unpleasant. You are a married woman. If you continue to stretch your hands this long, how can your brother live peacefully?" Shengguan Furong fell silent. "I just feel Daya is not good enough for my brother. She's also not good enough for our Shengguan family." Lady Shengguan persisted, "I think it is your brother who is not good enough for Daya." Shengguan Furong exclaimed in surprise, "Mother, have you gone mad? How could Shengguan Dehui be unworthy of a village woman?" Lady Shengguan replied, "I'm not mad. I'm clear-headed. Daya, including her daughter Yang, are not ordinary people. They will certainly achieve great things in the future. Furong, sometimes, birth doesn't mean everything. The fact that you are living this life today is simply because you were born in a better condition than Daya. If your birth conditions had been the same, you might not even be as good as Daya is now." Lady Shengguan was a person who could see far into the future. Through today's interaction with Ni Tsuihua, she realized that Ni Tsuihua was an outstanding person, whose progress had been hindered by the painful experiences of her early life. Now that she had moved out of that quagmire, her future would undoubtedly be bright. The fact that Shengguan Dehui could be with her was the fortune of both him and the Shengguan family. What a joke! How could I possibly be inferior to her? She had a postgraduate degree, after all. Ni Tsuihua, on the other hand, was illiterate. They were incomparable in terms of educational level alone. Seeing that her daughter was not open to communication, Lady Shengguan helplessly said, "Fine, you can go. The reason I called you here separately was to tell you that I have accepted Daya as my daughter-in-law. If you continue to give her trouble in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." This was one of the few times Lady Shengguan spoke harshly to her, and it was for an outsider. Shengguan Furong felt a little uncomfortable. She murmured, "Then, I'll leave first. How does she manage to be even worse than a country village woman?" "Wait a moment." The old Madame Shengguan called out to the retreating figure of Shengguan Furong. "What is it? Take this with you." The old Madame Shengguan pointed to the gift box of ice skin jade texture on the table. "It's Daya's heartfelt gesture after all." Shengguan Furong said, "Mom, do you still not understand why I don't like Daya? It's not only because of her lineage. It's also her behavior. It would have been fine if she had brought the Real ice skin jade texture. But she dared to try to trick me with counterfeit goods. Does she think I'm their poor rural relative?" The old Madame Shengguan laughed. "Daya is not the kind of person who would present false goods. Didn't she say it? This is Ice Skin Jade Texture's new product, which hasn't been released to the market yet." "A new product?" Shengguan Furong sneered. "Can an ignorant village woman even get a hold of such an unreleased new product?" She probably thinks she's the founder of Ice Skin Jade Texture. This kind of trick can only fool you and Su Lian. Indeed, Shengguan Furong did not believe that the Ice Skin Jade Texture brought by Nai Tsuehua was authentic. The old Madame Shengguan slightly frowned. That's enough. If you don't want it, fine. Don't just suspect others. To avoid disturbing Nai Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui, Nai Yang decided to get off the car in the city center. She also had to go to school. Because there was a Chinese exam in the afternoon. Shortly, only Nai Tsuehua, little Nai Yun, and Shengguan Dehui were left in the car. Nai Tsuehua, holding little Nai Yun, sat in the passenger seat. Shengguan Dehui reached out to touch Nai Kuihua's hand. Dia, Furong was pretty overbearing today. I'll talk to her when we get home, don't take it to heart. Nai Tsuehua shook her head. It's okay. She didn't get the upper hand over me. Nai Tsuehua was somewhat surprised Shengguan Dehui would actively address this issue. Normally in this situation, wouldn't an older brother instinctively defend his sister? But Shengguan Dehui didn't. Dia, thank you. Shengguan Dehui continued, Furong is strong-willed. If she does something wrong in the future, you don't need to consider my feelings. Say what needs to be said. She's the type who needs a scolding before she behaves. Nai Tsuehua laughed. Who ever heard of a big brother talking about his sister this way? Shengguan Dehui squeezed Nai Kuihua's hand. I'm telling the truth. Do as I say, and she won't dare to bully you. In a separate mansion in Beijing. A pale-faced man leaned on the bed, holding something shiny in his hand. Ziki, have you found out which family the car belongs to yet? No, Wang Ziki shook his head. The man clenched his hand, as if he was trying to crush the object he was holding. Wang Ziki continued, Sir Du, please don't worry. We just came from Shanghai to Beijing, and we're not very familiar with the forces here. I have already ordered a thorough investigation. As soon as we have any leads, I will inform you. Sir Du was a force to be reckoned with in Shanghai. But after all, this was Beijing. Sir Du looked up at Wang Ziki. Ziki, I trust you. Please don't let me down. Wang Ziki straightened up. Sir Du, I promise I won't let your trust down. Sir Du waved his hand. Okay, you can go. Then, please rest well. Wang Ziki turned and left. On the other hand, Shengguan Furong returned home in a gloomy mood. Just when a girlfriend came over for a chat, she was holding a flyer. Furong, Furong. Did you know Ice Skin Jade Texture has come out with a new product? It's going on sale this Monday. We must get there early. Chapter 629, Regret It Now. _1 Shengguan Furong is a big fan of Ice Skin Jade beauty products. However, because many of their products are limited edition, she got herself a membership and opened a VIP service. Once you become a VIP client, whenever there are new products, the Ice Skin Jade Beauty headquarters will send promotional brochures to the VIP client in advance. Upon hearing this, Shengguan Furong expressed her surprise. Really? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Look here, this is the promotional brochure they sent. Her friend handed her the flyer. Your mailbox should have one too, right? I'll check. Shengguan Furong went over to the mailbox and sure enough, she found the promotional brochure from Ice Skin Jade Beauty inside. Her friend continued, Furong, look, this new product includes rose essential oil. I specifically asked my aunt about it and she told me that rose essential oil is very rare. 1 ton of roses can only produce 100 grams of essential oil. Besides its beautifying effects, it also can calm premenstrual syndrome, regulate women's endocrine and menstrual cycles. The friend's name is Jiang Zhenchen, who is also a die-hard fan of Ice Skin Jade Beauty. Jiang Zhenchen's aunt is a doctor. What doctors say is completely trustworthy. Shengguan Furong's expression was priceless. Rose essential oil. And seaweed face masks. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Sight. Could the gift box Enai Tsuihua gave her actually be genuine? Furong, what's wrong? Jiang Zhenzhen nudged Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong quickly snapped back to reality and chuckled, nothing. Enai Tsuihua is just a simple country girl. How could a country girl possibly have ice skin jade bowtie's new item? It must be counterfeit. Thinking in this way, Shengguan Furong felt a lot more at ease. Jiang Zhenzhen continued to say, Furong, tomorrow morning we have to go early and queue up. I heard they're only releasing 30 boxes of the new product every month. Shengguan Furong nodded. The next morning at 8 o'clock, both of them arrived at the nearest Ice Skin Jade Beauty store. The mall only opens at 9 o'clock, but there were already people waiting outside the door. Upon asking around, it turned out these people were all here for the new items of Ice Skin Jade Beauty. Looking at the crowd gathering together, Shengguan Furong frowned slightly and said to Jiang Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen, let's go back. Why? Jiang Zhenzhen seemed puzzled. Shengguan Furong covered her nose and whispered, how can we queue up with these people? It's so beneath us. Jiang Zhenzhen understood Shengguan Furong's thoughts and said with a smile, the new Ice Skin Jade Beauty products cost over 500 yuan per box. Those standing here, their status is not inferior to ours. Who would want to show their faces in a queue at ordinary times? But who would refuse when their products are so good? If they ask their housemaids to buy it for them, they might not trust them as people are willing to offer multiples of the original price to buy it. Thinking about it, Shengguan Furong decided to wait with the crowd for the mall to open. Ultimately, they managed to wait until 9 o'clock, the mall opened, and the crowd surged in, more crazily than the old men and women scrambling for discounted items in the supermarket. Through the eyes of people who were oblivious to the situation, they would think that the Ice Skin Jade Beauty products were cheap. Shengguan Furong cares greatly about her image, she did not wish to follow the crowd. Walking gracefully, she moved step by step towards the store. Seeing that Shengguan Furong would not let loose, Jiang Zhenzhen couldn't wait any longer. Furong, you come along at your own pace. I'll go queue up in the front. As soon as the sentence finished, Jiang Zhenzhen ran into the crowd, completely without any airs of an upper-class family. When Shengguan Furong arrived, the queue had become quite long. The new Ice Skin Jade Beauty products were only limited to 30 boxes, not enough for everyone in such a large crowd. Therefore, the salesperson suggested that the remaining customers did not need to queue anymore. Jiang Zhenzhen was lucky, as she got the last spot in the queue. Shengguan Furong quickly approached her and whispered, Zhenzhen, dear Zhenzhen, remember to spare me one box. I am going to have a look at their face cleansers and aloe gels. Jiang Zhenzhen replied, are you daft? There's only 30 boxes of the new product, and we already have 30 people in line. What if there's an extra box today? Shengguan Furong did not give up. Jiang Zhenzhen laughed and said, all right. If there is an extra one, I will surely get it for you. Only then did Shengguan Furong feel satisfied, turning around to go and choose other skincare products in the store. Chapter 630, Regret. _2. The booming business led to the increase of the store's staff from the initial 4 to 8. Furong, have you made your purchase? Jia Zhenzhen was in a pretty good mood after buying the limited edition icy muslin jade skin. Zhenzhen, did you buy any extra? Asked Shengguan Furong. Jia Zhenzhen shook her head. No. Shengguan Furong sighed, show me what you bought. Although she didn't score any, a feast for the eyes is always nice. Jia Zhenzhen handed the gift box to Shengguan Furong. The packaging of the new icy muslin jade skin is very elegant, and it's surprising that this box is exactly the same as the counterfeit that Enai Tsuihua gave her yesterday. What a coincidence. Shengguan Furong's face changed. Jia Zhenzhen continued, Furong, this is rose essential oil, as the salesperson told me. You can add a few drops into your bathtub, or use it for aromatherapy and skin massage. And this is a seaweed mask, made with ingredients shipped from the deep sea near Guangguan. This mask is only available in the gift box, they don't sell it individually. Getting the limited edition new product made Jia Zhenjin very happy. But Shangguan Furong wasn't so happy. Zhenjin, do you think there could be counterfeit icy muslin jade skin out there, Wuxia World? Site, counterfeit? I doubt there is any. Jia Zhenjin opened up the gift box and continued, look, all their product boxes have anti-fake labels. Where? Asked Shangguan Furong. Right here, look. You can only see it under the light. Do you see the letters New York? That's the anti-fake label. The founder of the icy muslin jade skin line was very smart. They made it so that the label disappears once the box is opened to prevent reuse. You can only see it when it's brand new. The New York letters sparkled under the light. With this explanation, Shangguan Furong felt somewhat relieved. She handed the box back to Jia Zhenjin. Zhenjin, I just remembered something I need to do. I'll leave first. I won't be going back with you. Jia Zhenjin didn't have time to say anything before Shangguan Furong disappeared. Shangguan Furong rushed to the Shangguan family's house. Old lady Shangguan was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Mom. Why are you in such a hurry? Old lady Shangguan put down the newspaper. Shangguan Furong asked immediately, where is that counterfeit product that Daya brought? What counterfeit product? Old lady Shangguan frowned in displeasure. Just then, a middle-aged woman walked in from outside. Sister. Yashu is here. Old lady Shangguan stood up, smiling. Aunt. Though Zhao Yashu was not much older than Shangguan Furong, she still had to properly address her as aunt. This was because she was old lady Shangguan's sister-in-law. Zhao Yashu nodded, sister, you said you had something nice for me over the phone. You wouldn't tell me what it was unless we met in person. Old lady Shangguan smiled, it's definitely a good thing for you young people. Stop beating around the bush. Zhao Yashu sat down next to old lady Shangguan. Old lady Shangguan took a beautifully wrapped gift box from under the coffee table, here, this is for you. Zhao Yashu covered her mouth in disbelief, new icy muslin jade skin. Oh my goodness. I had my maid queue for it early this morning, but she arrived too late and couldn't get any. Sister, you really are my dear sister. Zhao Yashu was so excited that she was almost incoherent. Sister, where did you get this? You're incredible. Old lady Shangguan laughed, this was brought by Dihui's daughter-in-law, Daya. She originally intended to give it to Furong, but she didn't want it. Hope you won't mind. Since they're all family, old lady Shangguan decided to tell the truth. Zhao Yashu excitedly chimed in, what's there to mind? I'm more than delighted. I've been using icy muslin jade skin products for the last 6 months. When I heard from my maid that she failed to buy the new product, I was so upset. If Shangguan Furong didn't want it, it was her loss. And, the icy muslin jade skin might be a fake. If you end up ruining your face, don't say I didn't warn you. Old lady Shangguan sighed and shook her head, this child is just too suspicious. Zhao Yashu knew Shangguan Furong's personality well. She laughed and said, what's there to be afraid of? Doesn't icy muslin jade skin carry an anti-fake label? We can just open the package and check whether it's real or fake. Chapter 631, Regret It. _3. There's no need to check. Daya is not that kind of person, said the elderly Madame Shangguan. I think it's better to have a look for peace of mind. Shangguan Furong took the gift box and began to open the packaging. Zhao Yashu didn't mind. As the wrapping came off, a triumphant light shone in Shangguan Furong's eyes. I told you this was a fake. We haven't even checked it out yet, how do you know it's a fake? Zhao Yashu curiously queried. Shangguan Furong continued, Auntie, I also went to the ice crystal skin care store this morning. I wasn't that lucky, I didn't get the newly launched product. But my best friend who came with me did. Although these two gift boxes have the same exterior, their contents are completely different. Look at this rose essential oil. My friend's outer packaging is green, but this one is red. Same with the seaweed facial mask. The real mask comes in a white package, but you have a gold one. Shengguan Furong observed very carefully. This gift box was poles apart from the one sold in the store. Zhao Yushu said, maybe they changed the packaging. Furong, you can't declare something is fake just because the packaging is different. Check for a security label first. Zhao Yushu is quite fond of ice crystal skin care. She didn't manage to get their latest product this morning and had been feeling bummed. Suddenly a surprise gift appeared, but now it was alleged to be a fake. It was quite a roller coaster for her. What a joke this was. Shengguan Furong picked up the rose essential oil, the most expensive item in the gift box, and held its packaging under the light for a closer look. Wuxia World. Sight after a while, she could see the letters New York gradually appear under the light and start to brighten. This was the unique security label of ice crystal skin care. The technology used was so advanced that no one could currently replicate it on the market. The grin on Shengguan Furong's face froze. It was real. The ice crystal skin care product was genuine. Heavens! Why then did its packaging differ from the others? Zhao Yushu cried out in surprise, this is the Supreme Edition. Supreme Edition? What does that mean? Shengguan Furong asked, coming out of her shock. Zhao Yushu explained, Supreme Edition means it's a luxury version. The Ice Crystal Skin Care membership card explains in detail. The Supreme Edition is even rarer than the Limited Edition. If there are 30 units of the Limited Edition, there will only be 3 of the Supreme Edition. Shengguan Furong had never read the membership card details carefully before, nor had she ever bought a Supreme Edition product, so she had no clue about this. Auntie, how did you know it's a Supreme Edition? She challenged. Look here. Zhao Yushu pointed to the front of the security label. The label has Supreme printed on it. Who on earth is Daya to get hold of cosmetic products of the Supreme Edition? I've wanted to buy it for a long time but never managed to. Beauty lover Zhao Yushu was absolutely ecstatic. Now she could show off among the ladies of other wealthy families. At their gatherings nowadays, it was not about comparing jewelry anymore, but who had more limited edition ice crystal skin care. The matriarch with more was the popular one in their circle. There had not been any appearances of the Supreme Edition ice crystal skin care yet. The elderly Madame Shengguan was a bit lost, so, is this real or fake? Zhao Yushu laughed, of course it's real. Moreover, it's the most difficult kind to find. Besides, who would give fake goods as gifts? That's like shooting oneself in the foot. The elderly Madame Shengguan nodded repeatedly. I told you, Daya is not that kind of person. Sister-in-law, who exactly is Daya? Zhao Yushu was bursting with curiosity. How come this person can give away something she herself, who is from a wealthy family, can't even buy? And 2 boxes at that. Just a self-employed noodle seller who came from the countryside to Beijing. Shengguan Furong replied with some frustration. She too was intrigued. How could a self-employed vendor afford such things? Of course, there is another reason why Shengguan Furong said that. She hoped Zhao Yushu would reject the ice crystal skin care. With Zhao Yushu's status, she would look down on a gift from a self-employed vendor, wouldn't she? If Zhao Yushu were to refuse, the skin care would return to her. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.